Okay, let's get this show on the road. Check if I have stream quality options. I do. This is good. A good start of the day whenever I have stream quality options. Hello. This is stream number 364. I'm going to continue the work I did yesterday, which is server client handoff. And I need to make sure I'm consistent about these terms. I chose the word handoff with no dash or space between them. Looking it up yesterday, it's like you can use any of these variants, and I just want to be consistent with it. Okay, so what am I talking about? The servers in my game need to be turned off periodically when I want to update the code, and before we turn off a server, we want to make sure any clients connected to it are gracefully transitioned to other servers. That's what this whole thing is about. Hey there, 715209, and Toulouse, good morning, good afternoon, good middle of the night, middle of the day, wherever you are in the world. All right, let's load up what I had before on yesterday. So there is now a private button here, and let's see, how do I best demonstrate this? By having a client actually connected. Localhost 3000. Client connected in 3, 2, 1. Connected. All right, so the client here connected on server 11. So if I told server 11 to go private, server 11 is still running, but the client had to was briefly disconnected and had to reconnect and connect onto server 12, right? And I can tell server 11 to go back public. The going private is easy because you just tell the server directly. Going public, though, you have to tell the cluster to add a command so that when the private server sees it, it can say, "Oh, that's me. Let me go public again." So right now, if I show you the client window there, and I were to make server 12 here go private, see how it says connecting? And it takes a bit because it's probably trying to reconnect to server 12 again, which is now private, and it is timing out. And then finally it decides to connect to server 11 instead, right? So the goal today is to try to eliminate that temporary disconnection phenomenon by having the server that's going to go private tell all of its clients to transition to a different server. Most of the work, I think, is going to be within the client, because it's got to open up a second WebSocket, and there will be, instead of 2 different connection states, there are going to be 4, I believe. Let me see if I enumerated this right. This is the wrong workspace. Go to there. And while I'm here, let me set up the current task. Starting up the stream, or well, explaining today's plan. Close that. So the client connection states. So the first one is offline. Actually, I guess there are 3. 2 is connecting but still offline, and 3 is online or connected. Let's use disconnected instead of. They're disconnected, connecting, and connected, right? So what I'm going to be doing is adding a 4th state, which is second connection connecting, and then 5 second connection do I need a connected? Because the moment that the second connection actually happens, we can drop the first connection. Yeah, okay, so then we only need a 4th state, second connection connecting. Now, what happens if we're in state 4 here and we lose our primary connection? I think then we reduce to state 2 for the second connection, not the first. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so we're adding a fourth state for the client as far as connecting to the server. Let's save this doc stream notes. That's good except for there are no dashes. I mean, spaces instead of dashes. There we go. All right. Okay. So I need to start with this. This is the new server to client message you need to add. When a server has been told to go private, instead of just brutally disconnecting the clients that are connected to it, we're going to have it send a message to the client saying, hey, please connect to this other server and use this one-time password. And then, actually, hold on. We need to make sure that one-time password is on the other server first, otherwise we have a race condition, right? Yeah, so I guess we need to break this up into 2 steps. Game command, add a game command for... Actually, do I need a game command? Because the one-time password could just be part of the client's profile. Let me think about this. Hey there, Aiden Garth. By the way, Aiden Garth got my Minesweeper game to build with TypeScript. So, thank you very much. He's a contributor. He's the first person who has actually submitted a pull request to an open source component that I made. First in almost 2 years. So, that was cool. Okay, game command. Do I need a new game command or not? It depends on where I'm going to store this one-time password. If I store it in the player's profile, I don't need a new command. Do I store the one-time password in the player's profile, though? I don't think it needs to be there. It would be simpler if it wasn't. Well, it's true, Aiden. There's no one else in any of my Git repositories that has wanted to do a pull request. So there you go. Add game command. I think I'm going to do this. Add a game command for setting. Should be both setting and clearing. Actually, we can use the same thing for setting, clearing client one-time password. So what we'll do is a server that's being told to go private will first go through all of its clients. Actually, what if we have a command for clearing client OTPs so we can list multiples in one command? That would be convenient. Yeah, so then the server would issue one command to the game to set one-time passwords for all of its clients. Then when that gets executed, the feedback of that would be to tell the clients the one-time password and select an alternate server. And then... okay, so I'm going to change this then. Server stores OTP. Actually, yeah, that's good. This command could be executed by storing it in the player server context. Right. So then, let's add another bullet here. Only when, well, give, hold on. Actually, it doesn't matter. I don't need to do anything more. I was thinking after all the clients are disconnected, we could have the server go offline, but we can have the server just close its public port right away while keeping all the current connections open. Yeah, and then it's going to be sort of a manual process anyway, because as I tell the server to go private, we're going to wait until the number goes to 0. Actually, we won't know it. Actually, no, we will know it. It'll go down to yeah, the admin connection is not included, so it'll go down to 0, and then we would be able to tell it to sleep, right? And we won't see it go red when it's private either, because the admin connection stays open. Yeah, okay, so this will be better. Anyway. Okay, I've convinced myself mostly, this is rubber ducking, I guess. By explaining out loud what I'm going to do, I've convinced myself it's the right thing to do, at least for now. Okay, add a command for, so we need to add that command. Current task, adding a game command to set a one-time password, to set one-time passwords for clients to be hand off. There we go. I think the last time I did this, I just looked at an existing command like gift points and just searched for all hits on it, right? Yeah, that was the easiest because I need a new header for this. What are we going to call a command? Set client OTPs. How about that? Set client OTPs. Set client OTPs. Hey there, Nui. How are you doing? Okay, and then the include. Set client OTPs. And then the actual command header. Set client OTPs. Set client. I'm going to be typing this word a lot. This represents a server command which is used to establish one-time passwords for a server's clients that can be used to that can be used by the client to switch servers without having to go through the entire login process again. Thought your hello message was hi, Rima, I really enjoy. Sometimes Nui does tempt my bot, and other times not. Okay, the contents of the message. It's just going to be a vector of player IDs and one-time passwords, right? So let's have a type. Actually, it doesn't even need to be a vector. It could be an unordered. Well, it's going to be a list fundamentally. Let's keep it a list. So types. This holds the one-time password for one player. If you're going to be writing set client ops, why not copy it? Because, I mean, I could do that, but I've been using my my clipboard for other things. If I had a multi-clipboard and I wasn't worried about leaking stuff, I'd probably use that. So struct, but just because you suggested it, I just put it in my clipboard now. Thank you. It's a good idea, actually, because why not? If I use the clipboard for something else, I won't have lost anything. I don't know, player OTP. Why are we initializing JSTS language features? What's that? What's that doing? I just noticed that little spinning circle and I'm wondering what it's for. Maybe it's stuck or something. We're going to need to know the player ID, and I was just going to keep it simple by having the, well, I guess we could make it a string. Yeah. OTP. Okay, and then say this is the collection of one-time passwords to set. Right, there we go. Control plus opens the native Windows clipboard. Control plus. No code actions available. I think VS Code must have Control plus open mapped to something else. That's the problem with these keyboard shortcuts is if you have two programs that map the same thing, one program could hide the other one. So it looks like VS Code, I must have Control plus mapped to something else. Okay, player OTPs. Player OTPs. I think that's it. Do we need to know which the server number? Don't think so. Control dot, that's what I'm doing. Control dot. Control dot. Unless you mean control dot on the number pad. And that's deleting. Oh, win dot. Win dot. Win dot is the emoji picker for me. I mean, the emoji picker is cool. Yeah. I think it could be remapped, so I probably remapped stuff at some point. All right, that's it for that. Let's continue. All right. Command execution delegates. Yes, we're going to need one of these. So again, I have to copy that into the clipboard anyway. But I can go back and get that back into the clipboard and do that. It's a little bit easier. And so this is messaging. Maybe WinV. Clipboard can't show history. See all your copied items in one panel. Turn on clipboard history now. See, I'm scared to do that because of the hey, if I put it over here so you guys can see it. What was that again? WinV. What if I put a password in my clipboard? I'll give you a point. So I'm wary of doing that now while I'm streaming because I might screw up and put a password in the clipboard. I have to practice with that and try it out off stream for a while before I comfortable I'm not going to leak anything. All right. Okay, I don't think the executor really needs to do anything. Let's put this in alphabetical order. Right here. Set client OTPs. Execute the set client ops by doing nothing. Because really the command is just a signal to the coordinator. Signal to the coordinator that it should store the OTPs in its player server context. I call it player server context, right? Player server context. Yes, this thing. Player server context. So in here I'm going to store the OTP. I don't have it in here right now. But it would be used to transfer login status from one server to another, basically. Actually, it's also, you know what it's also going to do is, so the executor does need to do something, actually. Okay, so then it's not just a set. Okay. I need to do more than just a set of client OTP. I need to update the player records to show what server they're logged into is changing. Yeah. What if they never connect to that server, though? I think what I need to do, I need to have two commands. I need to have two commands. Need to add a game command for transferring a client between servers. So when a client successfully provides the OTP to a second server, that second server should queue a command, and that command should say that a client is handing off from one server to another. And the way that that's executed is the executor will change player's server ID, server ID and client ID, and then coordinator would disconnect on old server, and then I guess provide handoff confirmation on new server. So when I say coordinator, I mean coordinator on multiple servers. The executor is the executor also on multiple servers. So it depends on the combination of whether it's the executor and the coordinator, and also whether it's the old server and the new server. That's how complicated things can get with a cluster of servers. And then logic separated between two pieces of it. All right, so we're just doing the setting the OTPs right now. So we'll go back to search for gift points because it's my template, so to speak. So I have set client OTPs. Okay, I didn't add that set client OTPs executed in messaging. Let's go where that's declared and add it here. Wait a minute, I thought I did add it. Where did I add it? Oh, okay. I added it in the wrong spot. But I knew I was going to do that in a moment anyway. Okay, where I really wanted it to go, what I really wanted to add was above this one, another one there. This down to the void. Down to the void. Okay, react to the execution of what's interest. Oh, never mind. Set client OTPs command. Okay, there we got it declared, and I suppose I should provide a dummy implementation for now. Go to the definition there, and then put this there. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I've mentioned it, but I have wired up the actual LED light panel on the left. I don't have the one on the right, but the one on the left. So I could theoretically close my window to the outside world now, even put a black sheet over it, and the camera blue screen should still work. I tested it out last night. The only thing is that it looks a little bright on my face here. So I'll show you the difference. If I tell Buddy to turn it off. Okay, there's still light from the outside world, but compare, right? Now it's off. Now it's on. So there's it's a little bit bright on one side. The real benefit is that in low light conditions, that's providing enough light now to evenly illuminate the blue screen behind me. All right. Added that. Okay, and I added this part of it. And then this line I need. Set client OTPs. Okay, this is the command implementation. Set client OTPs. All right. So the way the command is implemented is I have Oh, why does it have a squiggly line under it? Oh, because that's it's not OTPs until I define type for that. This holds the one-time passwords for a group of players using a standard vector. Standard vector of player OTP. That one equals that. There we go. So I can't really initialize anything. What I got to do is go loop through the encoding, right? So I suppose we'll just make the encoding an array. And that array will be each for one client. So for size ti is 0, I is less than encoding dot get size plus I. Why is it telling me a red squiggly here? Oh, because there's no semicolon there. All right, and then player OTP dot player ID equals, and so let's get a reference to this, const auto player OTP encoded. Is it encoding I and equal to that P? Let's just keep it short. And then the other one is OTP. Oh. OTP? How about player? PL for player. And then player OTPs push back standard move player OTP. All right. Then the encoding is we're going to start with a JSON array. So encoding is JSON array. And then for const auto player OTP and player OTPs. Encoding add JSON object. PL is player OTP dot player ID. And then OTP is player OTP dot OTP. And then return encoding. All right, continuing on. Commands tests. All right. So let's make a trio of tests here for client OTPs. Set client OTPs. All right, so there's no server ID. I think we'll just put it in here, right? So this is a JSON array of JSON objects. Let's just keep it simple and have two of them. PL is, I don't know, 42. OTP is POG. And then player 44, OTP of bless RNG. All right, so then assert, assert 2 for player OTP's size. And then, expect equal to 42 for this 0 dot player ID, and then POG for the OTP, and then we're copying one more set, 44 let's just get the bless RNG, and 44 for player for entry 1. Okay, and then encoding is the other way around. So player OTPs. Can I just do a pushback and then do this kind of construction? I always forget if this kind of construction, actually let's not do it this way. So player OTP. Just keep it old school here. Player ID is 42. OTP is POG. Push it back, right? And then push back another one. 44 and bless RNG. And then what we expect back out would be this. Right there. Okay, done with that. Okay, now is the test the last one? I think so. No, the command registration, I need to do one of those. So set client OTPs. Okay, so the test. Which test framework makes sense? The executor doesn't need to do anything. Let's get that out of the way. Executor tests, where are we looking for? Where'd I put the last one? Clustering, I think? Cluster? Yeah. See, I just want something like that. Something to expect nothing. Where to put that? I guess it goes in the same place, right? Let's just put it right here. Because it all has to do with the clustering technology. So this is set client OTPs. Player OTPs. Can just do resize. Yeah, resize. It doesn't actually matter what I put in here, does it? What if I just leave it alone? Just empty. Alright, well, let's put something in there. Player ID 42. Let's put an actual player in there. What did some of these other tests do? Like, I don't want to manually do that. Oh, that's how it actually works. But I can... Is there a common one? What's the declaration of that? Oh, it's got defaults. Okay, so then... add test user then, right? So, const auto player equals... add test user. The default is Alice, server 42, client 16. So then we can just say that's player.id and OTP is POG. Let's just keep it at 1. All right, it should just not do anything. Okay, so then what we want is when in response to the server being told to go private, it now needs to actually construct this command if there are for any clients that are connected, right? Yeah. So then let me find that message. It was in clustering, right? Or cluster status. Take server go private. Tell server to go private. What do we tell them? Close public port. That's what it was. Okay, so then the test for closed public, here it is. So right now we expect it drops the client, so we don't want to do that now. We want to change this to be, instead of dropping the clients, we actually expect it will keep the clients open. So in fact, we want to have an actual player added here. Hey, there is Matt. How are you doing? How are you today? Okay, I need to find where we have actually had a player log in. Add connection. Okay, in a nearby test. Let's find one. Profile maybe. Aha, here we go. So we need a test user. And this is the wrong place. I want to go where? I was just there. Here, handoff. I want to go here. So there. Fighting with yourself over VS Code with VS Code Vim or using NeoVim Qt in Windows. I'm doing all right. Well, yeah, those internal battles over what you actually want can sometimes be easy, sometimes be difficult. If you find it to be a struggle, go take a break, go on a walk or something. I do that sometimes. Go on a walk when I can't decide something. Then when I'm on the walk and where I come back, it's like a lot easier to make the decision then. For some reason, I guess clearing your mind. I'm in the wrong test. I want to get back to. Okay, how come I'm having a hard time finding things? I'm going to go between these two files. There we go. Test user, we'd add it. Then I want to have a login. Like that. I don't need to set the client ID. So add a test user, then they connect and they log in. And then an admin connects and says close your public port. So there should be 2 clients, right? So expect equal to 2 for the client size. But it's unbound. So we don't disconnect the clients anymore. And in addition to this, we should see that it queues a command to set a one-time password for that player. So right. So we want to, in the arrange, record how many journal entries there are, and then we'll expect that a command would have been added. Let me find where that's done. Journal entries. Yeah, one of these. So this is going to be set client OTPs found, right? So we go through all the journal entries starting at the end, for the previous end, and we see, is there a set client OTP commands? We expect that we expect that there will be one, and we also expect that it will have the client it'll have the player ID for that player, and that the OTP will be not empty. I don't care actually what it has. So set client OTPs found, then we get it. Expect player.id. Is it just, how do we know the player? Oh, test user ID. Expect test user ID for the commands player OTPs 0.player ID. We should also assert that there's one, that size is 1. And let's just expect false that this OTP is empty. All right, so that's what I want. That's one test. We'll start with that. Does it confuse you to have your test files named after your main files? Not really, because I look at the path. I look at this whole breadcrumb trail to see, oh, it's the in the tests, it's the coordinator tests, the handoff. But it's a personal preference. A lot of people want to see it in the file name, so they'll re-encode like the fact that it's a test in the name of the file too, and that's fine. Looks like I messed up the executor somewhere. Redefinition of command executors. That's bad. How did I do that? Go to 470. Okay, I don't get it. I don't get it. What's it trying to tell me? Syntax error namespace on 4769. What happened here? Oh, there's a bracket there. That does need to be a bracket, but it's empty. Yeah. And the do nothing was return null pointer, right? There we go. Test coverage. I don't actually measure test coverage. Probably, I bet you if I measured it, it would be like 35%. It's not so great. Hey there, C17R. Oh, and CloudHawk, how are you doing? Okay, I occasionally get this error, and I don't know why that happens other than the tools screw up. If I just hit build again, it usually goes away. There. Yeah, I don't know why. Test coverage is a more advanced technique, and I'm not that advanced. I've done it in my previous work. It requires an extra level of discipline above and beyond doing test-driven development. So you're not only doing test-driven development, but you're also trying to test all code paths. I'm simply trying to follow the discipline of doing the test first so that at least there's some test covering part of the code. But to go the extra mile, I'd probably only do it if I had more people working on the project, or I was willing to spend like 2-3x the time. But as it is, we're almost to the anniversary of this game starting. It's been a whole year, and I still feel like I have a couple more years to go. So time is of the essence. I mean, once the game gets established and I'm looking for things to do, sure, go back and measure code coverage. Find more bugs that way, right? All right, let me stop dilly-dallying and run this test. Your coworker wants you to do 100%. 100% is really tough, and might not even be worth it. Go for 80% first. Then if you still want to do more, go for 95%. Then if you still want to do more, go for 100%. If someone tells you they want 100% from the start, they probably read it from a book or someone told them to do it and they're really just a follower. Because 100% is really tough and might not even be worth it. You might find that you spend like all day writing a test just to test one line of code. You know, is it worth it? I don't know. I guess it's subjective. You have to realize that last percent is a lot more difficult to achieve than the first percent. Test the critical components. Yeah, that's what I'm going for test the 80% first. Then test the 95%, then test 100 if you really want to. You really have tests for front-end code, but you shoot for 80% for the back end. Yeah, 80% is a good rule of thumb. Yeah, 100% comes from OCD. I can see that, yeah. Just remember, the D stands for disorder. All right, it's not a healthy thing, in other words. So, it didn't actually do the work yet because I haven't written it yet. But it's failing in the correct way, right? It disconnected all the clients and did not send a set OTP message. It's true though, right? It's obsessive compulsive disorder. I think maybe, like, I use the term OCD way too much because I don't actually have OCD, but there are OCD-like tendencies in some things. You just now notice you're in VIP? I think you've been a VIP for a while, C17R. All right. I don't know why I had a bookmark there. Do I need one here? Yes. I do need, well, literally need one right there. Don't need that one. Okay, so then where that's done is where I'm gonna just follow the trail of follow this trail. There we go, found it. Right, I even have a to-do there. Remove this once client handoff is implemented. Handoff. So we're not going to hang up on clients anymore. We're still going to iterate through, but we're going to do that to form the command, right? So that means I need this to not just be a message handler. I need it to be a full-on thing that generates a command. So I need to move this then. Yes. This moves to be an admin message. Right here. Close public port in the messaging. Okay, so then the ramifications of that are that the instead of one function, it's two. A check and a make command. So here's the prototypes that I need. I'll go back to where I had the bookmark. Okay, and I'm going to paste that there. And change this part to say, what's the name of the thing again? Close public port. Okay, and then, we're going to close this. And I'm going to move this part into the, I guess this part... Yeah, it's all going to move into the make command, right? And we're getting rid of that. Actually, let's search for that. Because in place of this is now just going to be a macro. Declare client message. Am I putting all the declared client messages in one place? Apparently so. Close public port. Okay, I should probably put it in the right place. So it's declared after chat. So let's move it. On, or chat check. Here we go. So it should go right here. You do want it on the front end. It's just not good looking with the test suites yet. Yeah, I don't test front end stuff because I figure it's hard. The benefit's low because I am much more likely to see a bug in the front end just trying to use the front end. So the combination of those two factors. But it's just, again, it's a personal decision. I think we just return true. We can always do this if we get this far. So I might as well, while I'm at it, comment out the arguments because we don't need them. Okay, that's unfortunate. There we go. Okay, yeah, we don't need any of this again. I don't need the IP address even. I don't even need the message, really. Don't need any of the arguments. But I can't delete the arguments because this prototype is common for everything in the dispatch table it belongs to. Alright, so then we're not going to disconnect all clients. We're going to generate one-time passwords for all connected players. Right, so then we find where I've done a similar thing, so I don't have to type it all from scratch. Huh, fine, we'll just use the go public one. Right, so I still want to iterate clients, but I can do it a little bit more smartly, right? I can just say for const auto clienting clients. All right, and then if client dot second dot player ID is not 0, that means they're a connected and authenticated player. I want to make a entry for them. So this is the wrong command. It's set client OTPs. And within that structure, there's the player OTP. Player OTP dot player ID is client second player ID. And player OTP dot OTP, here's where I need to generate something. What if I use the same technique I was doing before with login cookies? Actually, you know, it doesn't need to be that long, does it? Hey there, Pro Sam. You down with OTP? Yeah, you know me. Yeah. Sometimes that song does come to mind when I think of that word. All right. How secure does this need to be? It just needs to be a random string of some length. Doesn't need to be that long. Yeah. I mean, the one-time passwords we use with two-factor authentication are just 6-digit numbers. Could I just do the same thing again? Let me put a bookmark here, and let me find where we've done crypto random. Okay, we have an RNG inside of the coordinator. That's good. So if I do look for RNG dot, here we go. Generate random token. What if I just use this? Yeah. Looks like I used this in the past. We just need to give it a length in bytes. Fair enough. Okay. It's a base 64 encoding, so it's even nicer. Okay, so then should I just use the same thing, random token length? It's going to be kind of a long string though, isn't it? How long are they right now? If I look at this login, how long is that token? Where is it? Storage? Oh, it's not a cookie, it's a local storage. It's fairly long. You know, it's okay. It's okay if it's a long string. It's better that way anyway. So let's just do the same thing. We'll just make a token as long as the random token length is. So that goes there, right? That goes there. Cool. And then command dot or arrow player OTPs push back standard move player OTP. Okay, that should be it. That should pass my test. Do I have a bookmark here? I do. And there's my test. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. That should have worked. Why didn't that not work? That's weird. It never gets there? Did I miss something in this close public Yeah, there it is. Admin message. It should have done it. It should have worked. Let's see if it gets this far. Debug. Never got that far. Interesting. Is it not getting through here, though? Maybe that's what it is. I got there. Is it supposed to be false instead of true? Let me look. Oh, it's not the leader server. That's what it is. Yeah, okay. I screwed up the test then. We'll only get a command queued if it is the leader. If not, it forwards it to the leader. So that means the test needs to say it's the leader. As leader. There we go. If you add some O's to MMO, you can make it into a long moo. Hey there, Manez. Yep, looks like we're down with OTP. Yeah, you know me. All right, enough. So now, when we tell it to close a public port, it's going to set up client ODPs. When that gets executed, we want to verify two things: that the server holds onto it in the player server context, and that it tells the client that one-time password. So I guess we'll put it in the same test fixture here. So this is close public port request, and then we'll have one for executed. Yeah, in fact, I did it for this go public. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So there we go. Yep. Okay. It makes sense. I don't need to. I was thinking yesterday I made several different versions of it depending on server state, but I don't think it matters. Yeah, it doesn't matter here. Okay, so this is executed. So we add a test user, server's caught up. So I don't actually need the notify server caught up if we are the leader, because part of notifying the server as the leader is it catches up, right? Oh, wait a minute, no. No, I do need that line, never mind. We have a player connected. We have an admin connect. The admin actually technically doesn't need to be connected. So let's cut that out because it's not necessary. The act is going to be that the command got executed. So let me take this code and paste it in this act up here. You got a clip of me? What did I say? Oh, the moo clip, yes. Moo. Moo moo. Moo moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo. All right. This is close or set client OTPs. I'm going to change this because the name of the command is different from the initial request. I'm going to change it from close public port executed to set client OTPs executed. Moo, 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 moo. MMO. Yes, that's right. Okay, so this should have in it player OTPs. And that is a vector, right? So we're going to push back player OTP. I need to make one of these then. Might as well do it properly, do standard move it into place. This dot, no. This is a player OTP. There we go. That dot player ID is test user ID. Player OTP dot OTP will be Menes says moo. A great idea to confuse the stream tomorrow. Well, but I won't be on tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday. So your great idea will fail unless you make it a great idea to confuse the stream on Monday. Then it might succeed. We'll see. All right, so I think this is just boilerplate here. This is to simulate the environment where the entry got put into the journal. The executor said it was executed on the cluster. And then we're looking for the side effects of that. The side effects should be twofold, right? The player server context should have the one-time password in it, and it should be given back to the player as well. So I don't need to do any of this stuff, right? I need to see that the player got a message back. Where do we do that kind of stuff? Probably, let's look on messaging. No, let's not look at messaging. Let's look at profile again. I'm looking for client responses. Something that's not too... Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's do this one. It's not going to be peer, though. It's going to be player. You mean Monday, yeah. We got it. We got it. Okay, so the type of the message... Yeah, so here's where I get to invent a new one. I guess we'll say handoff. It doesn't actually matter which server we put right here, right? It's important that we pick the correct server though here. Let me go to the common setup. Where are we? Coordinator? What do we set for the cluster shape? Set up. Okay, we have servers 85, 1337, and 13531. If we're picking random servers, I guess we can just say, is it one or the other? Yeah, I guess that's the best we can do. That part's done. Well, let's keep it up here. Okay, so I'm gonna have it loop through. Const handoff found false. For const auto message in player get text messages received, and then expect true handoff found. Okay, now if this is a bool, by the way. This what happens when you do JavaScript too much is you start leaving off the types of things. Talking about servers, what about your Minecraft server? I don't know, what about your Minecraft server? Alright. Message, if message type as a string equals handoff, then expect false handoff found. Handoff found is true. This shouldn't be a const. Again, JavaScript making everything const. All right. So we want to see it's going to either, so it's going to be expect true. If this is server 1337, then the other two servers are 85 and 13531, right? Right, so it's going to be either one or the other. So either, I guess we would get the const auto server ID is int message server ID. Expect that server ID is 85 or server ID is 13531. And then we need to expect the OTP. You down with that? Menace says moo. So standard string message OTP. And that's it. Minecraft server has so many players because you're just hosting on your local computer without port forwarding, so you're alone, aka with all your friends. Well, why don't you open up that port? I'm sure you'll get new friends right away. You notice that 715-209? I need some random numbers, you know, and I had just been watching Adam's stream, so I'm like, okay, 13531 is a server ID. And that's from 85 Filter, who I don't think watches my stream anymore. He's gone, but yeah, when he was watching quite a lot, and that's his name. It's part of his name, 85 Filter. Okay, we're done here? I think so. Gone but not forgotten, yeah. Team number and name, right? Right? 715209? Team number in name. Team number in name. All right. Right, so it doesn't actually send the handoff message. That's what we wanted to do. So back in messaging, I had a to-do for this, right? Is this it? No, that's the test. Yeah, that's not it. We're done with that, actually. I don't know why I have a marker there, but I don't need it. There, I don't need that anymore. Why is... my markers are all in the wrong places. Weird. Okay, I don't need that breakpoint anymore. And this we already verified is correct. I don't need that anymore. Okay, so I lost my marker. I'll have to find it again. It was in messaging, right? Set client OTP. Here it is. Marker. All right, so here's where we need to put the code. Basically, we have to recover the command and see, are any of the clients or any of the players in this list connected to us? If so, we need to update. We need to tell them their one-time password. Oh, I forgot one thing. We have to tell them their one-time password, but we also, every server needs to record. Actually, no, not every server. Only the destination server needs to record the one-time password. But we're not going to know what destination server they're going to pick. Really, it's only a hint. This server ID is just a hint to the client of what server to try to connect to. But they could connect to any other server, and their one-time password should work. Puns, the lowest level of comedy. Puns aren't even punny. Actually, there's a third thing I need to test. Once the client uses the one-time password, it should be cleared from every server. So basically, whenever a player logs in, we need to clear the one-time password from all servers. Okay, so let me set up a test for that so I don't forget. I'll do that next, I guess. Yeah, right here. Clear OTP on player login. And then the other test I need, let's just put right in here, assert true from falsehood, because that's always not going to work. Let's put in, I guess it should go here, right? It's an alternate login technique. From the coordinator's point of view. Yeah, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I want to make sure that login with handoff OTP. There we go. You know, learning to read Braille isn't that hard. You just need to have a feel for it. I appreciate a good dad joke, Mr. Balrog. And how are you doing today, my friend? Okay, not getting too far ahead of myself, but I'm just so I don't forget, I have 2 tests that need to be done there. All right, so this test is testing this code here. Right, so then there was one other thing this test needed to actually check. It needs to check the server client player server context. So I guess we'll do that here. Coordinator, I had a backdoor to get it right. Get player server contexts for a player ID? Yes. Test user ID. Const auto player server context. And then we'll say expect the one-time password to be present, right? For player server context. Dot handoff OTP. Actually, I could put if I put OTP here, will it be too ambiguous? I think it will be too ambiguous. Let's name it handoff OTP. So that doesn't exist yet. I need to actually add that to player server context right here. There we go. Standard string handoff OTP. If not empty, the player may log into this server to perform a server handoff. The player may use this one-time password to log into this server to perform a server handoff from another server. Yeah, that's fine. Just leave it at that. All right. So we need to make sure it gets in there. Right there. So I suppose that's the first thing we'll do. Player, where is it stored here? I can't remember where I stored them. I guess we'll track this down. Where does it get it from? It gets it from profile, okay. Right, so we're just going to do an auto player server context is that index. Oh, I need the entry. Command. It's going to be command player ID, right? Oh, actually, there's multiples here. So it's going to end up being play. I can't remember. It's only been like half an hour and I already can't remember. It's in the command I made. Set client OTPs, player OTP, dot player ID. Yeah, I'm writing the inside of the loop first. That's how I'm getting myself into trouble. And that's like that. Okay. Yeah, so we need to recover the command first. So we do that with this. That's the command. Oh, wait a minute. This is the wrong way. Never mind. I need this way. Command is static pointer cast to set client OTPs of the command, right? And then for const auto player OTPs. Player OTP in command player OTPs. Then do this, right? Player server context dot handoff OTP is player OTP.OTP. Okay, so that will make part of the test pass. I'm all into incremental progress, you know. You get that dopamine from all the little successes in life. So I live off of that. Yay, we passed one of the two expectations. Now we need to get the other one, the one at line 105, the handoff message. So that we only want for if that player is... So we're going to, inside this loop, we're going to see if that client is actually connected, right? Yeah. Clients is indexed by WebSocket, right? And clients is what? Yeah, from WebSocket to client record. I'm just thinking like they're both arrays. It would be more efficient if while we're in this loop to record the player ID. Yeah, let's do that. So standard unordered set of ints player IDs, and then we just insert it into here. Void that insert player OTP dot player ID, and then we can loop through all of the clients connected. So const auto client and clients. If clients if client dot second dot player ID is not equal to, well, if it's equal to 0, then we can continue, right? Otherwise, we have their player ID, and we can see if it's in the player IDs. If player IDs find second client player ID is player IDs.end, then we can also continue, right? Otherwise, we found a client where someone's logged in and they're being handed off. Then I can get this again and pass it to them. Might as well make that a map and then just hold their OTP in it. Yeah. Is it bad if I name it the same thing? Player OTPs by ID. There we go. Yeah, TP toilet paper, yes. Player 441? Who's player 441? This is going to control my lights, by the way. Oh, yeah. Didn't you already have an account? Oh, I guess not. Alrighty then. Hello, Menez. You did, but you changed your name. I see. So that's probably in here as a name change ticket. Yep. You used to be Twitch Menez, now you're Menez. Look at that. Approved. As long as you have enough mayonnaise. Close. Lock. Didn't want to self-promote. I don't really think that that's self-promotion. To just say that you're from Twitch. Yeah, I think as long as you don't have a link, and you've been here long enough, I don't mind you self-promoting at this point. It's when people come into the channel that I've never seen before, and they just immediately start to self-promote, that's just sort of like rude. But if you're a regular here, and especially if you ask for permission first, I think it's fine. All right. player OTPs by, so I can just say that indexer equals player OTP.OTP. And then down here, I can do the find. So const auto, right? Player OTPs by ID entry. Find the ID, and if that is the not found, so then we would recover the OTP is from the entry arrow second dot. It's just arrow second. Okay, and then we will construct a response to them. Yeah, it's just yeah. I can do this myself. It's just client dot first send text JSON object of some kind to encoding. Done. The send text takes a string, right? Okay, so then it's type handoff server ID, and this is where we need to pick one for them. I need to make sure that we only make one server at a time private. Otherwise, we might tell a client to hand off to us another server which is private, and then they get kind of stuck. Actually, do we even need to tell them the server? Because they could just say it'll go to a different server other than the one they're on now. Yeah, I don't even think I need that. I just need the OTP. Yeah, you tell me. OTP. So let me then relax the requirement in the test. It will not include a server ID. Cool. Build. Actually going to create a Minecraft server, and it's kind of a fun thing to do? Yeah, I think so. And hey there, Mattia Amanzati and Darundo. How are you doing? Expecto Patronum. Oh, that's a good one. I like that. Yeah, these expects are macros for Google tests that will mark our test failed if they are not matching. So if handoff found is true, this will cause the test to fail at that point. That's what we're doing right now. Making sure that this test reflects what we want and making sure it passes. Okay, so that means the client will get a one-time password and the server will record it. So then the last two steps would be that they can log in with it and that we clear it when they do. We should probably do it in this order, right? So they can log in with the OTP, and then when they do, we clear it. Is it a seamless transition for the player, or is there some loading involved? The goal of this is to make it seamless. So while still connected to the original server, it would form the new login to the other server, and then when that login is complete, we would drop the old connection. And up until the point where you drop the old connection, you could use either connection. So the player won't notice anything unless they're looking at their network tab, and they'll see that they've connected to two different servers momentarily. Oh, this is showing up because one of the servers is offline, right? I think so, but it could be the local host thing. Wait, what? Oh, right, it's offline. That's offline too? Did I take the server offline? Wait, what? Why is the connection reset? Eh? Hold on, what's going on with the server? Did I type that right? Oh, I didn't. Yeah, it's this certificate thing. That happens every once in a while, and I know the viewers have told me that there's a way for me to permanently fix that. I just haven't bothered looking into it. It's that when I run the servers locally, they're running with a self-signed certificate, and that's not going to say it. Where does it say it? It's not secure. It doesn't say why here. Is it site settings? No. Yeah, it's using a self-signed certificate, that's why. How much does it cost to study how it works? A quid each. A quid each. Okay. A 3/4 point for that, Mr. Balrog. 3/4 point. Okay, oh, I had taken 12 offline, yeah, so let's start up 12. And it's online. Okay, so, the login process. It's been forever since I updated the current task. Okay, actually, we just finished that, right? So then, so do I actually need that? Okay, no, this is a special kind of login, right? Yeah, I think I'm just going to do it with login. Let me look at the existing login command, though. Login.hpp for the commands. Where is that? Here. So suppose we're adding a third method called handoff. Yeah, so let me update the plan here. Update the login command for use in transferring a client between servers. Yes, that's what we're going to do. Had a peekaboo incident. The ambulance came and they took you to the ICU. Okay. We'll round that up to, oh, what happened to my bot? My bot go offline? It was just running, right? When's the last time I gave someone a point? Oh, wait. It didn't give him a point last time either. Has my bot been down the whole day and I just didn't notice? Yeah, I gave Nui a point and it didn't work. I think I gave one to Aiden Garth and it didn't work. Yeah. No one noticed. My bot has been dead. Take the bot offline. I think it just gets into a state where Twitch is no longer talking to it, even though it's supposed to be in the channel. Either that or maybe I need to get a new token. I don't know how long it's been since I refreshed the token. Yeah, it's just a reconnection thing. Okay, so now I need to go repeat the point commands I did. So 1 to Aiden Garth, 1 to Nui, and 2 to Mr. Balrog. Did I just do point? No, I need to do point Nui 1. Point Aiden Garth 1. Point Mr. Balrog 2. There we go. Hey there, Cthulhu. Doing the Mr. Balrog dance? You still remember that, huh? Yeah, my bot was not in the channel for the whole day, for the last hour and a half, and I didn't even notice. Yeah, you can't give yourself points. How many points do you have, though? You don't have any points. Have you done anything to deserve points? You did ask a question. I'll give you a point for that. There. Now you have a point. Do not add the ping thing on the bot. I think I removed the ping. Yeah, so only stream elements is responding to the ping now. The points are used in my game in the future. Not right now, but in the future you'll be able to use these points for special access in the game, redeem them for special items. I haven't decided yet. So yeah, you guys can't see that unless I make it a little bit over to the left. So, like, for example, Toulouse and Nui and A Squared and iGrok and Liquidor and Playing with Scissors develop it. Like, for example, if I wanted to say, like, reward the top 10 contributors to the stream, I would put something in the game that said, if you have 30 or more points, you could maybe access a special area of the game. That kind of a thing. So the points correspond to how much you've interacted with the community in my channel and contributed, like, as far as giving ideas, giving me feedback, telling me if there's a bug that you noticed in the game, or if you try something out for me. Yeah, those are all things that give you points. What do you call someone who tells dad jokes and isn't dad? A faux pas? Okay, sure. So you see Mr. Balrog, for example, is collecting points by coming up with silly jokes, dad jokes, bad jokes, good jokes. But he's trying, right? So you only got 17, but your number is C17R. If I gave you another point, you have to change your name to C18R. We wouldn't want to have you go through the trouble, right? So you're going to have to be stuck at 17 points forever. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, C17R. It's just how it goes. All right. You a point for that if you could, yeah. So there are 2 login methods right now. I'm adding a third one, essentially, right? So this is going to be a little bit more complicated because it's been a while since I've worked on the login system. So you can send your own IRC ping message to Twitch. Yeah, that's what I had. Let's see do I have that in the to-do list? Golem. I guess I don't. I guess we should add it here. Yep. I had it somewhere. I think I had it in GitHub or something. Let's just add it here. Have the golem ping Twitch occasionally to make sure it's still connected in the chat room. It's the first message. Oh, is it in here and I didn't see it? I didn't see that. $284. Oh, yeah, thank you. See, you get a point for helping me find that. So, every 2 minutes. Yeah, so that's in the to-do list. So this is a dupe. Yeah. Let me, I added that because I didn't find the word golem. Is to just have the golem. There I'll find it if I search now. All right. Yeah. Updated to do. So we've done that. Now I am adding a login method to use during server handoff. Should I send a disconnect? Actually, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Get it? Is that they might send it and I might not be responding to it correctly. So I could probably go back in my logs and see if I see that, because it does log everything, right? Actually, I'm not sure about that. So I need to check. I would need to check to see if we're getting that message, and if so, well, I need to see if we get that message, would we log it? And then I can go back into the server's log and see, did it ever receive that? Yeah. Ping message, but should be good enough. I'd like to know, actually, if maybe we're not receiving a disconnect message, but we're technically being disconnected anyway, then a ping would be required. right? But if they are sending a disconnect and I'm just not responding to it, then we wouldn't even, maybe not even need to do a ping message. I don't know, but maybe you're right. It's just safe to do it. Overkill, just like any good engineer. Over design. All right, so then let me look how it did the login through Twitch. Maybe that would have been an auth player. Oh, these are old. These tests be old. Just you just have the ping message and it's been working for months. Yeah. Do you happen to know? Do you receive the disconnect message from Twitch? Have you ever caught a condition where the ping didn't respond and you never got a disconnect? That's what I really want to know. Never actually checked. That's fine. Login with Twitch. Actually, the login with password is technically simpler, so maybe I should be looking at that. Logins. Let's just look at this login success case. How does this work? So it goes through this helper, which does start, which it says, so it sends the password and the name over the secure connection. Always we have to remember that this is on a WebSocket on top of transport layer security. It sends the password and the server hashes it and checks to see if the hash matches. There's no reCAPTCHA required in this test, right? Yeah, so the default of that is no reCAPTCHA. And just, right, so it'll be empty, so we skip. What is this here for? Why is there, oh, right, if we don't get disconnected, then to finish the login, right, is to just simulate that we've computed the hash and that if we're not the leader, that the leader did publish that. But if we are the leader, then we expect that it already got published. It already got pushed and we pretend to publish it. And this is how we pretend to publish it. Mark that the player is logged in and publish it. Okay, so then this is again a cooperation between the coordinator and the executor. So this login success is checking the execution, so that there should have been one before that, right? Login started or something. Here we go. Start login. Yeah. Yes. So let's start with this one. Let me put a bookmark here. Back to here. I don't need that. And then the test I'm working on is here. Let's just paste right here. Okay, so the arrangement, do I need to set this stuff? I don't think I do. Add a test user, time doesn't matter. Don't need an expiry. Okay, so they are, let's have them start connected to a server. Let's pretend that they're already connected to server 85. So to do that, there was a way to, right, I think the way I would do it is players log in, right, and then it's test user ID, and then 80, let's say 85, let's say they're logged in as client 7, doesn't matter, right? Are any of the other ones required? They are all required. Okay, so I guess I can put, well, let's find where we've done this before. Why invent something we can just find where you've done it before many times? Here we go. I've done it here. So back to here. Let's put a marker. All right. Sure, 1337, fine. Just use the same thing. The log into server 1337 with under client ID 24, and then from the perspective of server 13531, the same player will connect and do a login, and then let's make it if the message includes a handoff, and we have an OTP. So I need to actually set an OTP. So coordinator get player server context for test user ID. Auto, because this gives me a reference, right? Yes, that's important. So player server context, and then I get to set. Okay, that reminds me. If they pass the wrong OTP, we need to reject it. So we need to have really two tests. So this will have a handoff OTP of POG. And if they include POG here, then they should be able to log in, right? They need to say who they are too, though, right? How did that work? Name or address, yeah. There we go. POG. This is the old way of checking it. I don't like that. I want the new way, which is to record how many there were before and then look for the new one. So that would be right there. And this kind of a thing. Okay, so this is login. Login. Correct. Okay, and then these are the methods we're looking for. And I need to invent a new method here, right? This should be command dot. A handoff. And the player ID, and then there will be a, well, can I reuse one of these fields for the... This is for the two-factor authentication. Maybe I should clarify here. If a two-factor authentication one-time password was included. I mean, I guess I could reuse the hash thing because it's a string. Guess, or I could just make it a separate thing. I mean, it's not all fields are stored in the serialization anyway, so let's just use a different field. So let me update this right now to include handoff. Player is already logged in to one server and is attempting to hand off to another. There, for this to work, the server must have on record a handoff one-time password. And the client must provide a match. Actually, let's word it this way. The server must have on record a handoff one-time password that matches what the client provides. There we go. All right, so that implies I need that extra field, right? Let's put it here. If the player is performing a server handoff, this is the handoff one-time password the client provided. All right, that's a string. Handoff OTP. So I probably want to rename this to be like 2FA OTP or something. But I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just going to make this work. Let me put in a note to maybe go back and do this later. Where would I put it? I don't know, so I'm going to do triage. I don't know if I'm happy about the grouping of these types here. So rename OTP. Let's just not even decide what to rename it. Just make OTP less ambiguous in that structure. Commands login. All right, I'll get back to that some other day. One thing at a time. What was I doing here? Right, that the login is found and that pog is what's in the... So technically I don't need to set this, do I? It's the executor that's going to check this. Oh, wait, no. The executor can't check it. Yeah, we'll just have it check it locally. So that means that right. That means the command doesn't actually need to include it, does it? Yeah, it does not. Yeah, it just needs to match. So I don't need this. Hold on. Rally Monkey. 19 months. Has it been that long? I guess so. It's about as long as I've been streaming. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate the support. So I actually don't need to provide that because it's already checked before the command is actually constructed. For this to work, the server must have... actually, let's put a note here. The server will have already verified the client provided the correct handoff one-time password, which the previous server generated, and distributed via the set client OTPs command. There. Hey, Rally Monkey, thank you for the resub again. Appreciate it. So yeah, I don't need to add a field here. I just need to have, before the command is generated, the server needs to verify it's correct. Then it'll just generate a handoff. So it's much simpler on the executor. The executor says, okay, fine, I'll just change the server ID to whatever this is. Sounds good to me. All right, so then, so if the login is found, it means it should only be found if these two matched, right? So then I don't need to check anything else, do I? I should probably check that the server ID is this number. 13531 is command dot server ID. Do I need to check anything else, like client ID? I should, shouldn't I? Client. Now we get the client ID from the player, right? Client ID, yes. All right. Do I need to check anything else? Login time. Technically that's not changing. Yeah, we're not using any of this stuff, right? Yeah, we're just switching it from one server to another. All of the login time and all that stuff stays the same. So that's actually all we're going to check. Yep, then we're done, right? That's it for the coordinator's job. It just makes this command if it matches. So login with handoff correct OTP, and then we'll have incorrect OTP. Incorrect. How long do we hold on to that OTP? I think it should be until the player either hands off or disconnects. So let me put up another, I have cleared on login. I should also have clear on disconnect. Clear OTP on player disconnect. Because the idea is if they disconnect, like, we don't want them to use it as a persistent login token. We only want them to use it for handoff. Otherwise, it could be a security issue, right? Yeah, because who knows if they store that OTP somewhere by accident and then someone were to guess it. That would be, yeah. Maybe I'm being too conservative, but that's okay. So an incorrect would be if this is maybe, I don't know, Raleigh, and then they say POG, then we should expect this to be false. And we should not get a login. I don't even need to check anything. In fact, I can simplify this, right? I can just say expect it's never login. Expect false. That's login. And I don't need these flags. There we go. Sweet. Okay. Let's test it. Oh, I updated the login command. I need to go update the login command's test to support handoff. Login, well, commands test, right? Login. I'm not finding anything the right thing when I search. Command tests, comma login. There we go. Create default method. Wait a second. Do I not have a test for the method being oh, password or token, yeah. Why do I have default method? Because that is the default. Okay, so I don't have an explicit password or token test for login, looks like. I only have it for Twitch. Okay, well, let's make one. Yeah. Let me rename this one to be upper snake case, and then we'll call it login create Twitch. I might as well convert these names while I'm at it, right? Login create default method, login encode Twitch. All right, and then I should have let's fix this one too. Login is actually one word here. Okay. I want alternates for the new login method. So this one will be login create handoff. Method handoff. Player ID server. There's no client. Oh, wait a minute. No, the client ID, I do need to test that. Okay. Whoops. I didn't mean to go there. Handoff needs to check that. Let me do this before I forget. Oh, that already is in there. Okay, never mind. So, player ID, server ID, and client ID, and then the last one we wanted is oh no, there's no hand. That's it then, right? So none of this stuff is needed. Method is handoff. Player, server, client, and that's it. And that's all we need to verify. Cool. So then let me have the encoding test for it. Login, encode, handoff. So if the type is handoff, and then none of these other things are set, that we shouldn't have all that other stuff in here. There we go. Handoff, handoff. Build it. Okay, I want to run all of the command tests, so here we go. By the way, I got a response back from the developer of the plugin that makes this test runner work, and he found it amusing that I was talking about his extension on my stream, and he's going to look into the bug and asked me to try the next release again. So I wonder if actually has it updated. Whoa. He updated it to 3 times? He said when it gets to 292, try it out. Okay. Sure, let's try it out. So the bug from yesterday was with the latest version of this plugin that I couldn't run the tests from the very, very top level. Let's see if it's fixed. This button wouldn't work. Oh, it's working again. Should we tell him it's working again? Why not, right? Let's just go tell him I just tried it and it's working again. So, how do I find that again? That's GitHub. I would just be able to find it if I go to GitHub and find... Okay, why is GitHub not responding? Okay, it did. It just took forever there. I can go to recent activity, right? Yes. So, yeah, this is what he said back. He said, it's funny to watch me twitch about his extension, and I said I'd try it out. Okay, I just tried it out on 294, and it seems to work again. It seems to work again. Thanks so much. And I can close it at this point, right? I don't know. Who do you think should be allowed to close an issue? Should I let him close it? Or them? I shouldn't assume gender, should I? I can close it? Okay, close and comment. I guess they can reopen it if they want to, right? Yeah. It works for me now. I'll close it. All right. So that's good. Broke the command test because I technically did not, oh, I can't expand it? Oh, that was weird. I didn't implement these changes yet. But you can still respond to it. Yeah. Makes sense. Okay, so let me go to login and implement the changes required. Right, so there's now a new method called handoff. In the reverse map, handoff. And I didn't want to include all that other garbage if it's a handoff. Actually, looks like we're including junk that we don't even need. Yeah, we don't need... So what I can do is... these are only the ones that are common, right? So I can end it there, and I can say if... where's the method? If method is not equal to... I need to spell it out. I think I could just say method handoff. Then encoding... Oh, this is going to be a tedious... I can do it with multi-cursors, though. Encoding index that equals that semicolon. Multi-cursors is cool. There we go. That should do it. Are the test still running? No. Good. I'm like, I shouldn't be building while I'm running it. Okay, so the commands test pass. All right. Okay, cool. Back to here. Oh, look. That's new. And that didn't work before. That must be something that's new in that extension. It actually marks it with a red line. I like it. Look, it even says expected actual. Isn't that neat? Should totally plug this extension. Catch 2, Doc Test and Doc Test Explorer. The developer is really nice. He responded to me the same day when I reported the issue. There we go. Give him a plug. Pretty cool extension, yeah. It works in tandem with the Test Explorer UI, this one. This Test Explorer UI gives you this panel, and then that Catch 2 and Doc Test and Google Test up here is one specifically for those kinds of test runners. So if you're running tests that are handled differently, you'll need to find a different extension, but you would still use Test Explorer UI. You would just use a different extension for your particular type of runner. Need to learn TDD? TDD in Spirit is really simple. It just means you write the test first and then you write the code. And the test is used both to document the requirements and make sure that you're implemented it correctly. It's really hard to do right, though, because when you're writing the test, you're doing several things simultaneously. You're writing a specification, you're writing code to verify that an implementation meets that specification, and you are what's the third thing? You're trying to cover an actual valid use case and maybe even get test coverage. So you're doing several things at once when you're writing the test. I find writing the test is actually harder than writing the code a lot of the time. And even with practice, it's just slow. But the benefits are that you get that documentation, especially if you do it well enough where the test fits in one page. This explains what has to be set up, the thing that we're actually doing that we're testing, and then what we expect as side effects, right? It will catch if you have a regression, like something that used to work and breaks, one of your tests will fail. School's forcing you to use it. It's really hard, though. Hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? Welcome. It's also very hard to do in the correct amount. Some people will go overboard and test way too much and spend too much time on testing. I might be one of those people. I don't know. And other people might only test minimally and then only gain some of the benefits, and then at the end say it wasn't really that worth it, and then toss out the idea. It's a discipline that's hard to pick up on and do it right. Never really written tests. Testing is hard, and most of the difficulty is doing the appropriate amount of testing and getting it to cover what will actually... What the objective really is, you want the test to find bugs. And sometimes you want the test to document. So if you write tests and they never catch a bug, then you're not really reaping the benefits of it directly. You can say you're indirectly reaping the benefits of it because you're demonstrating that there are fewer bugs than there might have been. Testing seems to pay off more in bigger projects. I see the direct payoff when a test fails. When the test fails, that means it's caught something for me, especially if it's repeatable. And then I can run the test over and over again to get an insight from different angles on what's going wrong. And if it was not the test that was buggy, but the actual code, then we're seeing the benefit of a test. But if a test always passes, you're not getting that benefit. Maybe it's an investment in the future, where in the future it might fail at some point, or maybe it's an intangible benefit of, well, it's always passing. That means we're keeping that bug away. I mean, it's hard to say. Just don't understand how the test, for example, TCP connection. If you're doing unit testing, then you are picking one aspect of a TCP connection, right? Either a server or a client, and then you have to ask yourself, are you testing the actual protocol, or are you testing an interface to an object that would do it for you? So it's the devil's in the details, 715209. You look at tests as keeping a regression from creeping in. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, that I have a mountain of tests, and that it's with every test I add, there are more chances I might catch a bug later. All right, so I think this test is good. I actually need this login method to actually generate this command if we give the... So it actually did do a login command, and then this one did not do a handoff correctly. Right, okay.
I missed your question. Is TDD applicable to pretty much any language? Yeah, I think so. Is it more important or necessary in certain languages? I don't think so. I think it's not the language, it's the domain. So test-driven development is really hard to do and might not be appropriate in an integrated in work where you're integrating things together. I think it's more applicable when you're working on components and units of work. This should be a simple one-line change and an isolated error. Makes change. Runs test. 200. Test failed. Yeah. GUIs, yeah, I think that's an opinion. My opinion on that, it's an opinionated thing, is that it's not applicable for GUIs because the benefit is very low relative to the cost of making the test. It's really hard to test a user interface. What falls under units? Something with low number of dependencies. So if you don't need the entire system to exist around it, if it can be isolated, where it doesn't depend on anything else, and you don't have to mock a whole lot of things, then it's easier. If you have to mock a whole lot of things, if you find yourself writing like 99% of your code is mocking the rest of the system, then you're trying to do unit testing where you're in a highly integrated, dependent environment where you're not going to get a lot of benefit from the unit testing unless you do a lot of overhead. And I've fallen into that trap a lot. In fact, I have a lot of that in my tests right now. They have a lot of dependencies where I have to mock a lot of things, like this stuff. Look at all this stuff I had to mock, right? I could, if I redesigned the system where the coordinator wasn't so dependent on the executor and the journal, then I wouldn't have to mock them, and it would be easier to do unit test. But right now, it's got these dependencies. The coordinator depends on the journal and the executor. So to test the coordinator alone, I have to mock the journal and the executor, and there's a lot of overhead. So it makes it harder. So something that's closer to what I would call a unit would be like a hash function. If you look at my hash tests, I guess it would be SHA-2 tests. Extremely easy to test these because you have given an input, you have a certain output. You run the thing. Do you get the correct output? Very, very simple. There's very few dependencies. I didn't have to mock anything, right? The tests are only split apart because either the vectors are different, or the hash function is different, right? Different number of bits. Very, very straightforward. No dependencies, nothing mocked. It's probably the most appropriate use for unit testing. Highly integrated systems, though, you're going to have a lot of mocks. It's going to be a lot harder to unit test. Mocking data isn't really worth it. What it does is it's like it's a compromise between redesigning the system to isolate your components so they can be tested without mocking anything and not doing tests at all. So putting in mocks allows you to do unit tests for things which don't really sit by themselves in the universe, like a hash function. They basically break dependencies. The coordinator's dependent on these guys, but I've mocked enough of it so now the coordinator doesn't actually need a real journal or a real executor. So it's a compromise. And in any kind of compromise, you have to weigh the pros versus the cons. The mocks are extra work you have to do a lot of the time, unless you have a test framework that generates mocks for you, which those, if you can get those are great. But you have to always think of the mock as it is covering a dependency of some kind so that you're employing a unit test methodology on something that really doesn't stand alone as a unit. It has dependencies. So the more dependent it is, the more mocking you'll have to do, and the less appropriate a unit test would be. Now, there's another idea, not unit testing, but integration testing. And there, you actually set up the entire system. And the integration test is really just like the puppet master. It's manipulating the entire system in a way that it's running the real thing in an integrated, full build. And just checking, do certain things happen when the input is manipulated a certain way. I think that those are really hard to do because you have to set up the entire system for the test to work. But they could be very valuable. So like a lot of user interface tests are integration tests because they're setting up the actual application, the full-blown app, and they're just manipulating the user interface outside of the actual app. All right, I've expounded enough on these things. Let me do some work. Need to have a balance now, right? So this goes into the auth system, technically. Auth, where we do log in check. Okay, the message is a JWT, we're logging in with Twitch. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is add another if else here. Does that not work? This function's really enormous, isn't it? It's almost a crime to have to do this. If message dot has a handoff, then we're recovering the name or address, and we're looking them up the same way, right? But we're not checking the hash. So I need to get the OTP out though. That is that actually is the handoff. So handoff is the handoff OTP. You see, the value mocking data is great for making sure an individual component meets your specifications. Yeah, but you always have to remember that the data is a dependency, so it's extra work in the test. You really prefer integration tests over unit tests for many things, like building fake services and test things working together. Yeah, if you're good at it, I'm terrible at writing integration tests. If you're good at writing an integration test, the benefit is you don't need to mock anything, so you don't have to do as much overhead. There's not a whole lot of maintenance in the test fixture because the test fixture just says, hey, just plop the system down for me, please, and I'll work with it. Anytime you see mocks that the developer couldn't have written without looking at the code being tested, you shake your head. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. It's sort of a design smell that two things that are dependent on each other's implementation. That's what that reminds me of, right? The mock should really be representing... It should be an alternate implementation of some interface, right? A graphical mud, pretty cool. Thank you, Machini. And hello also Pomprox. Should I show you what the graphical mud looks like? From maybe a player's perspective? Here we are playing in the... Whoops, I misclicked there. Here we are playing in my test environment. I'm walking around a little dungeon area. There are some boxes I might look in. Maybe take this sword out if I want it. It's not as good as the sword I have. Mine's very, very sharp. This one just has no tag on it. But let's take some of the money. Yeah, let's take half the money. I just looted that. And then let's walk away. Yeah, my multi-user dungeon, which is what MUD stands for, is inspired by Ultima 4, Ultima 5, those kinds of games. So it has the same kind of visual genre look and feel. You know, moving north, south, west, and east kind of a thing. And it has enemies and non-player characters in it. Let me demonstrate a little bit of the combat. I'm going to fight this slime. I'm going to win. I won! Yes. Press my luck. He dropped some money. So you get the idea. There are some bugs, like you might have just saw this scrolled up when it shouldn't have. But hey, you know, we're always going to have bugs. Been working on this almost about a year, and I did some work before this to build up some of the pieces of the game. So yeah, this is going to be a multiplayer version of it. But remember those old games where if you talk to an NPC, you never met them before, you'll have to say, hey, what's your name? What's your job? And then based off of what they tell you, you kind of guess what the next thing you can ask them about. So he said guard twice, so pretty good chance guard will get a response from him, right? Yes, that's my job. I make sure all you peasants stay in line. Peasant. You are a peasant, are you? No. What are you then? And then this is an example of, I have one chance to say the correct answer, and the correct answer is GM. Oh, really? Why haven't you paid me yet? So if I say JM again, he'll say I can't help you with that. I had to have it get into that branch of the conversation where he asks me for an answer. So that's what I remember from those old Ultima games as well. You know what? The trick that they did a lot, which really ticked me off at the time, you would talk to an NPC that you like just spent an hour trying to get to. The last NPC said, go talk to George and ask him about guard. And you go all the way and find George, and you say guard, and then he would say, who asked you? And you'd be like, crap, I didn't write down the name of the NPC who told me to go talk to George and ask him about swords. So you have to go all the way back and then see what the guy's name was. Oh, it was Phil. And then you have to go all the way back to George and say sword or guard, and he would say, who asked you? Who asked you who sent you? And then you say Phil, and he's like, oh, okay, then I'll tell you the next step. So you get into a habit quickly of, you write down the name and then where you found every single NPC so that the next NPC, if they ask you who sent you, you'd know. So my game is going to be chock full of those experiences, hopefully. Right now, I'm still building up the engine. Part of the game engine is this concept, since it's multiplayer, of keeping it online all the time. So I have multiple servers, and if I need to take a server offline, like, say, doing that, see, I got disconnected when I did that, right? I'm working on today a soft handoff mechanism where we don't get abruptly disconnected from the game when we take a server offline to upgrade it. Eventually, this will reconnect. It's just timing out right now. It should reconnect, and there it goes. So it's reconnected to the game, and the progress didn't get lost because all the state is on the server. But we want to have a soft handoff of clients from one server to another when we do software upgrades. So that's what I'm working on today. This is kind of stuff I'm supposed to write down in the notes section. Yeah. They would give you a printed copy of the manual with the notes at the end, and you're supposed to write it down. I never actually wrote it down there because it always felt wrong to me to write in a book. So, but I would keep, a piece of scratch paper or something, and I still do that to this day. If I had to jot down a note, like he said, tell them Phil sent you, I'd write down, okay, when I go to talk to George, say Phil sent me. Even though a lot of modern games don't even force you to write stuff down anymore. They give you the mini map. They auto-complete the responses for you. It's too easy, kids these days. And they're easy to play games. All right, it's not going to be token, it's going to be handoff. Actually, I don't even need to check if it's empty. It's if it doesn't match, right? So I need to actually get access. Well, we should see if the player exists first, right? I'm trying to do this in a way that I don't have to have this copied twice. Let's say if they're not equal to 0, then we do a second level of check. We say auto, I've done this before, player server yeah, here we've done it. We're going to do it here. We're going to look up our context and see if the OTP matches. So if player server context dot handoff OTP does match. Let's have it where it's a success, where we're building up a success. Bool do handoff will be false, but if it passes both of these checks, we'll set it to true. So this would be handoff OTP. Then do handoff is true. And then if we don't do handoff, then we're just going to pretend like they gave us the bad password or something like that. You used to make a lot of maps. I did too. I still have some of them. In fact, I was playing... What was I playing the other day? I can't remember what it was. I have it on the stack over there, but it's just beyond reach. I think it was... one of the Might and Magic games. But yeah, paper maps. Is it possible a niche audience for old school game mechanics? Yeah. So eventually, once I get to where I'm making a lot of content for this game, I want there to be worlds in the game you can go to where it's all old school stuff. where you have to write things down. But I also want to cater to those who want things to be filled in for you. So I'll probably have some areas of the game which it's all multiple choice, and or maybe the game just remembers for you what state you are on the NPC train, right? But then there'll be other areas of the world where it's all old school, where you have to know what to say. You have to have written it down. You'll have to have counted the number of steps that you took, the number of turns you had to make. And if you didn't write it down, you have to go back and do it again. Extra trophies for not using the minimap. We could do that too. It could be where you're given the opportunity to use a feature that would track stuff for you. And if you turned it down, you'd be in like hardcore mode or old school mode, and maybe you get an extra quest reward or something for doing it old school. I don't know. All right, so that should handle the case where it doesn't match, right? Oh, wait. We didn't check for that in the test. Let's do that. For the incorrect OTP, we should get a response back saying bad login. So where do I do that? Messages received. There we go. So let's put that up here. Where am I? Incorrect OTP right here, right? So there should be no login command, and let's change this to be login response found. And it should be login status. Let's make it consistent. Login status. And then the status should be bad password. Status. Okay, build that. This should actually already work, right? As long as I did this correctly. I think so? Wait a minute, it's not just a bare return, is it? Wait. Oh, it is. Oh, because it's asynchronous. Yeah, so we don't call a complete. We just ignore it. Yeah, I forgot I did that before. All right, so then that should just work, right? It didn't work. What did I do wrong? It did not send a login status. It didn't do a login, but it didn't do a status. Why not? It should have sent it. Why didn't it? We can debug then. Let's debug. Debug. All right, let's do handoff set to false. So it should have sent it. Oh, did I not tell it to wait? I didn't tell it to wait, did I? We have to do a wait here. Do I have a delegate for that? I mean, a helper for that? Wait for messages. There it is. Cool. Excellent. Excellent. Cool. So the incorrect is handled. The correct won't be handled, though. So the correct, what we need to do is form the command here, right? So let me steal from this down here. Is it just next step? Hold on. What's next step? Complete. We call complete. What does complete do here? Oh, yeah. I think I just call complete. Do I even need to give it an object? No, I don't. I just call complete. Did I bookmark it? Yes. So just call complete with no extra arguments. And just do that. I need to pass something. How about null pointer? I'm not sure if that will cut it, though. Let me look and see where have I called this before. guess it's always expecting that. Well, let me see where this is actually used. This string. Right here? Yes. Okay. Okay, technically we don't need that then. Because we're going to have a check right here. Or actually, it could just fill in blanks. Yeah, so, I could just... It has to be a JSON object. But it can be an empty one. Right? Because, if it's not present in the message, it'll just be a 0 and or in empty strings. Okay, cool. So then the make command is the part I need to do next, and it's like in the other one. I have to say else if message has a handoff. Then here's where we set the type handoff, and we have not recorded the ID, so that's this part. And again, this is the clause where they happen to be made it this far, but somehow their player account got deleted almost simultaneously. So it's serialized at this point, right? Well, sort of. Technically, the executor checks this too. We don't need to do this. I think this is extra. We don't need it, but I'll keep it in there for now. Just... Do I need that? We could form a command with a player that doesn't exist, and the executor would throw it out. Oh, wait, no. That needed to return early because we use other things in it that don't make sense. In this case, though, I only need the ID. Yeah, I think we're done. I need to put the player ID and that's it, right? What about the server and client ID? Where is that placed in? Oh, it's placed out here. Login time is included. I don't care about that, though. It won't be included anyway. Now, that should work, then. Are the servers separate instances like you normally see? Yes, they're separate instances. They, oh, wait a minute, no. I misunderstood. They are same instance in that respect, Machini. It's the same world, but they don't have to be. In the future, I can make separate instances. At first, I thought you meant instance as in a different program running. They are separate programs, separate copies of the program, of the game program, but as far as like the world, they are running the same world. They're all stepping in parallel. They use a consensus algorithm called Raft. So every time something changes in the game, all the servers end up making a copy of that change. So technically there are 3 game worlds. They're just all identical. Now, I could have another cluster, another group of servers that are running a different instance of the world, a different world. But they wouldn't be able to work in the same Raft cluster. They would have to be a separate Raft cluster. If I did that, and I probably will do that at some point where we have separate game worlds, there needs to be a way for players to transition between them. So I'll either need to have the clusters work together in some way, like allow transfers between them, or there'll need to be a higher layer, a higher level of this, like some kind of login or agent that will deliver the client or the player to one game world or another based off of what their state is. So I don't have that stuff yet. Right now it's just one game world, and there are multiple copies of the game that are all kept in parallel. And the main reason why we do this, why do we have 3 when we could have had 1, is that I can upgrade the code on these one copy at a time, and it does not impact players directly. As long as we do this soft handoff approach where if there's a client here connected to 12, if we move them to 11, then I can take 12 offline and upgrade its code and then bring it back online. And the client won't have been able to notice because they're on a different server. But once we have it upgraded, we can move them back and then upgrade the one that they were on before. So it allowed me to do server updates without any downtime, without any noticeable downtime. There'll be a little bit of downtime when the leader of the cluster has to transfer leadership, but it's only like a few seconds. And we could do that with a server announce saying, hey, we're about to change the game server, so you'll notice a 2-second pause in the game. And that should be, best case, that should be the only thing that players notice. The worst case is if the majority of the servers in the cluster crash, then there's nothing we can do about it. Then it's like it was a single game server that crashed. Everything stops. You have to wait for someone to start it back up again. We're trying to avoid that, though. Let's go back to the test and run it again. Cool. Passes this time. So then this is when it comes back, right? I also think that when it comes back, we should either disconnect the client on the old server right away, or we should wait a little bit and disconnect them if they're still logged in, because we don't want a player to be connected to multiple servers at once. Oh, no problem. Yeah, if there's a bug in the game, which has happened several times, and because the servers are all running the same code, if one server crashes, it's very likely the other servers will crash too. What I do is we keep several versions of the game going. Okay, it doesn't show up in the test environment, but on the production, I definitely do this. There are multiple versions of the game, right? And they're right now all running the latest 1.45.0. But the part of the code that starts up the servers again if they crash, if it notices that something crashes too much, it'll mark the version as bad, and then it will revert to the previous version of the code the next time it has to run a server. So it can get into if there's a bug in 1.45 and it gets triggered over and over again, the game servers keep crashing, it'll start to revert back to 1.44.1 at some point, and then hopefully we can recover, because hopefully if we run into a bug, it's a new bug. If it's where we run into a bug and all of the versions had it, then there's not much I can do other than try to hurriedly fix the bug. And that's happened too, actually. There have been bugs in there that I didn't detect for many versions, and then I fixed them, and I fixed them before I let people know that it was there, because I didn't want it to get exploited to troll the game to make it crash constantly, because that would have been bad. Yeah, when do we... I understand clearing the OTP, but when do we disconnect the player from the old server? Do we give them a grace period? Yeah, let's give them a grace period. So which means that we want to disconnect. We'll have to know that they should have handed off. We'll know that when they do a handoff login. Once they do a handoff login, then we'll start a timer. And if they haven't disconnected from us, then actually, why can't we just disconnect them immediately? Actually, I think we should disconnect player after handoff. Disconnect player from previous server after handoff. Do you likely need to learn more design patterns? That's a good thing. Learning design patterns is good. Design patterns are like tools that you can go to when you're looking for a solution to a problem. If a design patterns are made in the first place to solve common problems. So if you run into a problem And it's a common problem. Most likely there's a design pattern out there that is meant to solve that problem. Sounds like what Kubernetes does with the replica sets. Could be. And hey there, Nitrixon. I don't know about Kubernetes. I barely know how to pronounce it. But it's quite likely. Raft is not my algorithm. It's used elsewhere way before my time to solve that kind of a problem of keeping servers up, keeping uptime at 99.99% and all that stuff. Did I write any papers? No. I was mentioned in some patents that were made by other people because I helped out. I'm usually the helper. I'm the implementer. I'm not the inventor, the creative person. So that means I don't write papers. I usually just contribute to them through helping out with code and stuff like that, testing, that kind of thing. Which one do I want to do first? This one's maybe the easiest one. Maybe I'll do this one first. This is where they connect to us. No, this is not disconnect. It's on player logout. They actually are logged out for some reason. Like they got kicked. Or they disconnected from the server before handing off. Yeah, let's do this one first. So, yeah, we need to set up the same setup, right? Where they're logged in, and there is a handoff OTP set in the context. They're logged into a different server, that's fine. It doesn't matter, right? The act will be that they get logged off, so I need to simulate a log off. One of these. Put that there. The command is log out. So the command player ID is the only thing that's important here. Test user ID. Make an entry and publish it. The response should be that the OTP is cleared. So where do I do that? Right here. This is the only thing I care about, that it was cleared. So expect true that this is empty. There we go. Your problem seems to be not being able to explain how something works, what their benefits are, etc. Does that mean you just don't really know what you're doing? I don't know if it means you don't know what you're doing. I think it might mean that you don't understand the thing at its deepest levels. Do you really need to know something at its deepest levels? It depends on what you're trying to solve and what you're trying to do. Like, it's okay to explain things at a higher level and not go into all the detail, especially if you don't know how it really works. But if you know what it's supposed to do, you can still explain what it does. You might not be able to explain how it does it, though. I don't know. It depends on what you're doing. I think a sign that you don't know what you're doing would be that you think you know how something works and you really don't. And you would only really know by noticing inconsistencies or by having someone tell you that you're wrong and challenging your explanations. Like, you can use it and you know it's good, but you're bad with communicating. That could just be vocabulary and thought translation into language. So it might mean you know how it works, you just don't know how to put that into good words. I'm bad with words. You can tell just by listening to me. I pick the wrong words. Sometimes I'll get halfway into a sentence and realize I don't know how to finish it. So there are a lot of moving pieces involved in going from understanding something to explaining it to someone else. you need to really know the information, and then you need to know how to put it into words, and then the feedback would be that perhaps you're wrong, or perhaps you use the wrong words, or perhaps you don't use enough words, or you don't get to the level of detail. So it's really complicated. Maybe using different protocol. Could be. All right. What did I do wrong here? I didn't like this. Redefinition. Oh, because I used it up here. Okay, I don't need to get another reference to it then. It's the same common reference. Okay, cool. So let's do it. So that won't clear it. So let's make it clear it. So that would be in coordinate. It would be an auth again, right? Log on, log out executed. Right. Oh, you know, this is important that we do this. Actually, it doesn't really matter. The reason why I check how to cluster sometimes is when we stop the game and we start it again, the game will replay its journal from the last snapshot, and so it'll replay a log out. But that if the logout was from a previous incarnation of the server, it doesn't really matter if it does things like clear the OTP, because it starts out with an OTP that's empty anyway. So it doesn't matter. Why would there be an error on logout? Oh, I know why. It might be that the player asked to be logged out and they weren't actually logged in as them. Let me verify that really quick. That would be in would that be in the main executor on logout? Yeah. Yeah, that they're not registered there. Yes. No longer logged in here. Yeah. Let me verify another thing. When we hang up on a player, it should queue a logout command. Let me make sure. Commands. You guys hear that laugh in the background? Someone was laughing behind me. They weren't laughing at me. We're laughing at spiders. Laughing at spiders wearing hats? Okay. Jumping spiders with water droplet hats? Okay. It's something one of my kids is talking about. Yeah, spiders wearing hats. Apparently that's the thing that my kids are looking at right now. Hey, you know, it's we're under quarantine. They got to keep themselves occupied when they're not in school somehow. All right, logout dependent on client hangup. Yeah, okay, good. So that's all I was double checking. So then back in auth, when it's executed, if it's not an error, I guess we could just see where we connected to them. Right, so we get to this point, right? Yeah, if I get to this point, then I would do it right here, right? So auto player server context is impl profile dot player server contexts command player ID. Oh wait, we want to do this even if they're not logged in here. So actually, technically, I want to do that down here, don't I? Yeah, I want to do that right here. If they're logged in somewhere. Then I want to do this also. And clear the handoff OTP. There we go. It's 12 noon and one of my kids is still asleep? You stay up too late? Not you. Apparently one of my kids who's a teenager is still asleep and it's 12 noon. Run. It didn't work. So let's run through this and find out why. Debug. Okay. You were in bed today until noon your time? You know, I wish I could have been. I was tired this morning, but I'm like, you know, I gotta get up and do work. Oh, did I not fill in all the required information? Oh, that's if it equals 0. Oh, we didn't simulate it correctly then. If it's not 0. Yeah, I didn't simulate the test is wrong. Yeah, when they log out, we actually have to log them out. So that would be players log out test user ID. There we go. Run that. Pass. Yay. And then show me this, please. Run them all. I guess I'll do this one next. Disconnect players from... I haven't looked at my current tasks. Has it been a while? I'm still technically working on that. Right? Yes, I'm still technically working on that. Looking at from the very old code of yours and you have a useless comment. Declaration! Well, I know how that feels. I was looking at some very old code of mine last week, or earlier this week, and I noticed a lot of funny things in it. Okay, so this is when a handoff happens, right? So the same arrangement and will be there, but the act will be slightly different. It'll be a login executed on a different server. So we log in, we have the OTP set. Actually, it doesn't matter if the OTP is set. It's if a login happens of type handoff with the same player. Right? Command method is commands login method handoff. And that's the only thing that matters. If there's a handoff for that player anywhere and they were connected to us, we should disconnect them. So there's no log out, right? Yeah. So that should cause a disconnection. So that would be true that the coordinator get client connections is empty. There we go. Run that. Okay, so then that's again in oh no, it's not log out this time, it's log in. On log in executed. Oh, and we don't want to disconnect them from, well actually, yeah. It's if they are already connected and they just logged in with a handoff, then we disconnect them, right? They shouldn't be logging into the same server anyway. If they did, we're just going to disconnect them. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so then login executed. No error. Player ID is 0. Okay. Where do I do this? Right here, I guess. No, that's not right. I think I want to do what this does. Right, if we see that player connected to us, hang up on them. Right, because it's not the same server ID. So actually, we're already doing the right thing. So then why didn't it work? Probably because the server ID is not set correctly. So I probably need to do that. Command server ID is 85 or something like that, right? And I don't think I need to set the client ID. We'll do that anyway. Interesting. It should have still done it, because it should have gone all the way into here and logged us out. Actually, what does that do, though? It calls hang up client. Which erases the client entry, so that's all we really cared about. It also does a log out player. I don't want it to do that, though. Okay, so we don't want it to go through this anyway. But why didn't it at least work? Going back until I find where I am. Okay, here we are. Let me debug it. Debug. Yeah. Why is the player ID 0? Oh, that's required to be in the results. Yeah, okay, never mind. So the test is wrong. Test actually has to say who it was. Okay, so that is required in the results here. JSON object, that should be test user ID. What JSON library am I using? I'm using the one I made myself. Monster, how are you doing? This, right here. I made it, I think I made it, did I really make it in 2018? It might be that old. So like a little over a year ago. So it represents all the kinds of values you can have in JSON. And there's an you can iterate it. You can, it's got constructors for all the basic types that it supports. And it's got conversion typecast operators for them. You can get the type. If it's an array, you can get the size. If it's an object, you can see if it has a key or not, or get all the keys if you want. You can index arrays by position. You can index objects by key. The really cool things, I think, are the factories that I made for making objects and values. They take initializer lists, so it lets me do cool things like you were seeing here. This is an initializer list that builds a JSON value, which is an object. Does it throw exceptions? No, I don't generally like exceptions. Do I have a command for that? I do not. I need to make one. Because whenever someone asks me that, I usually answer it the same way, and I should have a command for that. Let me put this in here. I want to have add a exceptions command explaining why I don't like exceptions. Mostly it's because the exceptions you don't really. I'm uncomfortable generally of the idea of that at one point in the code flow it's going to throw something that you don't know where it's going to go, and it's not up to you to catch it. And it's like, do I feel comfortable being a juggler? Not really. Yeah, I think some people. Well, it's a personal preference, though. I don't. That's why I say I don't exceptions. I don't like exceptions. I'm not saying that they're bad. I just don't like them. It's an opinion. But One thing about my stream, Monster, is that I like to make stuff from scratch because I enjoy it. If you're looking for a JSON library, I don't recommend using mine. You could if you wanted to. It's in GitHub. My GitHub is here. But what I would actually suggest is nlomans JSON. This is probably the best one out there. JSON for modern C++. I definitely recommend nlomans. Yeah, WebSockets. Yeah, I made my own WebSocket library too. SimD JSON is fastest? Is it better than nlomans? I used nlomans for a while at my last job and I loved it. What's really cool about that library, like a lot of other libraries that are cool, is that there is nothing to compile. It's all header files. Is it for Rust? I don't know. Yeah, so the WebSockets I wrote all on stream, actually. So if you really wanted to see it from some of the stuff from scratch, I did JSON a really long time ago. Here we go. I did JSON in stream 21. WebSockets I did in stream 29. I spent the first like 3 or 4 months of the stream building up the pieces that I would later use to make a game. At the time I was doing this for just a generic web server. And I got to where I had a web server, and I'm like, well, what am I going to do now? How about we make a game? And that's where I decided, looks like it was around November. Yeah, around November, I'm like, hey, let's make a game out of these pieces that I made. And now we're on stream 364. Did I web benchmark it? Not yet. Nope. I probably should. I would need something to compare it to, though. Let me add that to the list. Hey, let's give you some points for the great ideas. I should put that in here, shouldn't I? Where to store it? Oh, let's just triage it. I'll decide where it goes next. Let's just take your comment. So I'll remember you asked for it. Because, yeah, I would like to benchmark it to see how fast it is, but I think I would need/want an alternate implementation as a baseline of comparison. If you know another one, you made your own WebSocket. Ooh, there we go. Could I use yours as a baseline of comparison? I'd love to compare it with something else. So I would set up an experiment where I have a program that uses in 2 different builds, one either mine or someone else's implementation, and then it would either time itself or I would have something time it, and I would have it run with various input to try to gauge, like do a fair comparison and all that. Have you used the Autobahn test yet? No, what's that? I don't know about this Autobahn test. If you let me know about it, I'll put it here, and when I actually benchmark it, we'll do that. It's not very general purpose. You test yours against some Node.js library. To be a fair comparison, though, since mine is in C++, I would need a C++ WebSocket library, and Node.js that would be for JavaScript, right? You told me about it a year ago. Oh, you did? Let's see. Autobahn. Looks like you did. How do you remember this and I don't? I gave you 5 points for it too. Look at that. It has a C++ backend too. So okay, so maybe. Hold on, let me get my bearings here. And then 715209 is correct. He did tell me about this back in stream 182. Okay. Back in stream 182, 715209 had suggested this. There we go. That being fair due to Node.js is, yeah. So I would try to make it fair as I could. It's the first day you joined the stream? Wow. Really? 182? And you got 5 points on your first stream? You're starting off on a good track, I guess. What was I working on? I was working on in-game chat back then. Wow. The good old days. Alright, yeah. I want to do this eventually. I don't want to forget it, so that's why it's in my to-do list now. All right, so if that publishes the user ID, I'm thinking it will work. It's still not working. Why not? Oh, I didn't mark caught up to cluster yet. Okay, need to do that. Is it notify? Whoops. I just blew away the whole code. Look at that. Don't do that. It really screwed up the test explorer. All right, so this should be notify. Oh, it needs to be, what am I doing? Notify server caught up. And technically, we should log in after all this. Let's just do that. There we go. Yeah, technically we should connect before we do the login, right? You have to change your theme to dark in order to have OneNote be dark. I didn't have to do that. I think it depends on the version of OneNote you use. I think I went to settings and I went here somewhere and yeah. So in settings you can set the theme to dark. See, if you use this version of OneNote, you go to that ... settings options dark. But there are multiple versions of OneNote. So I don't know which one you're using. I use the one that's like the Windows 10 version of OneNote. And then there's the older version of OneNote, like OneNote 2016 or something, and I don't know if that has it. Oh, you have the Win 10 one? Okay. There you go. I still have problems with OneNote Online. I don't know how or if I can change it to be dark theme without installing a browser extension and then configuring it and all that junk. Hey there, Romania Hate. It's going well. Doing a mix of... Oh, and hey there, Tim. Doing a mix of explaining things and introducing the stream and doing work. I'm working on soft handoff today. This is day 2. So where we can shut off a server in the game without anyone noticing. Any clients connected to it would be transferred to a different server. So it's that server transfer mechanism that I'm working on different aspects of. How are you and your turtles today, Tim? My turtles are doing just fine. Soft handoff, yeah. I was working on it a little bit yesterday. It's not in the production yet, so I got to go back to the test environment. So there being 3 servers, now we show how many clients are connected. So this client is connected to server 12. If we tell 12 that we're going to take it out of the loop, you see how we're still connected to the game, but it hopped up to 10. It did it quickly, but there was still a brief disconnection that you could see on the client. It's easier to see if I show you side by side. So we'll take it offline and okay, and there sometimes it takes longer because it actually tries to reconnect to the same server and it has to time out. So this is the more noticeable one. That's hard handoff basically. We just disconnect the client and we force them to reconnect to a different server, right? What I'm trying to do with soft handoff is before shutting off the connection, we tell the client, hey, we're about to shut off, go connect to a different server, and it would pick either 10 or 11. Connect to that with a special token that doesn't require a password or anything. And then it would be dropped from 12 and then picked up on 11 or 10 without ever being logged out. So like if I drop them, technically it's a log out and then a re-log in. And the soft handoff would just be a transfer and no logout. So that's what I'm working on today. Unity Exploration Month has been neat. Yeah, but we're sad if you're not going to switch to Unity, are you? You have your own game engine. Turtle Brains misses you, Tim. What database backend is this using? You don't want to know, Master. No, I'll tell you, but be prepared to laugh at me. Are you ready? I use an enormous JSON file as the database right now. You want to see it? I'll show you in the test environment. I don't think this will leak anything, but just to be safe, let me turn off the display for a moment. There we go. Let me go to the game.snapshot. Yeah. I won't leak anything as long as I show the beginning and the end of the file. So, here's the beginning of the the saved game, so to speak. Here's the end. It's 11,500 lines, and this is just the small test environment. In the production environment, I think it's several 100,000 lines of JSON, and has everything in it. So it's got all the components in the game. And that didn't leak anything, I hope. Nope, but it almost did. It almost did. Let's not show it anymore. Yeah, so it's got all the entities in the game, all the configuration of the game, including like OAuth tokens, which I've been meaning to take out of this file. But yeah, it's gross. So, Monster, we have been talking about transitioning to a database. Did I put that in the notes? The to-do notes yet? Database? Nope. Maybe it's a good time to put that in here. I started talking about it earlier this week, I thought. No, it must have been last week. Planning to write your own small database? No, I think I'm just going to use a database. Yeah, here we're going to look into either MySQL, Postgres, QL, Redis, MongoDB, Mongoose created by a doc Kappa, or JSON, perhaps the best. So yeah, the only database I've ever used in the past was MySQL, but then viewers were suggesting I look into Postgres, SQL, or Redis, or MongoDB, and I was going to look into them and try to pick which one felt right for me. I don't know. I don't know, but that was just a joke, but maybe there is a Mongoose, who knows. Should I list SQLite? I'm going to want this to scale, though, so I was thinking something light would be cool to start with, maybe, but wouldn't scale, and so I'd want something. I need to pick something that's going to scale anyway. But I guess I could add it. Let's turn this into a real to-do list item. I think it needs research. And why is this not working? Needs research. There we go. I hit the wrong button. Look into different database options for migrating game data. So, MySQL, PostgreSQL, Redis, and MongoDB are the candidates so far. I guess I could add SQLite. Why not? KeyDB, huh? I don't know. Let's just add it to the list. If you told me to add, you know, ABC database, I'd probably add it to the list now anyway. CouchDB? I don't know. I'll look it up and at least laugh that you trolled me. You can go as high as the cloud, might be overkill. How come you don't use VS? I have a command for that. Did that not work? VS Code, maybe? Yeah, there we go. I use VS Code because I want to be able to have the same experience on Linux and Mac if I switch to that. But I do use Visual Studio for like performance tools and stuff like that that I don't have on VS Code. KeyDB clocks at 5 times faster than Redis. Oh, there we go. Hey, maybe. How do you add the little tabbies? This is To Do Plus, yeah. To Do Plus. Do I not have the command set up? Okay. Alias to do plus to do. Your DB can beat up to do plus. If you're absolutely sure that you will ever have more than a single service containing the database, go with SQLite, unless the database will be large. Well, I have multiple services, void comp. I'd want all of the cluster to connect to it, right? Unless, that's something to decide. Does each server have its own copy, its own database, or all three of them, do they connect to the same database? I don't know yet. You haven't seen the little arrows to max min? Oh, that's just outlining. So that's like, that should be built in, right? That's, outline? No. Indent? Collapse? Anybody remember what it is? I guess I can look up key bindings. It's, JK. Can I just type in here? Alt plus J. Okay. It's actually Control plus J. Fold. That's what it was. Unfold. Yeah, this should be built in, I think. Fold all, and then you can fold to level 2, for example. I guess that's not working. I guess I have to unfold first. Unfold all, and then fold level 2. There we go. I think that's built in. You should definitely shard database access as early as possible, otherwise you may find it nearly impossible. Let me take these are all good things I should add to this, right? K0 KJ opens them all, right? Down at the bottom here. It acts funny if I leave my name in there, but if I take it out, it's fine. Okay, so for example, and take my name out so it doesn't misinterpret that as a tag. Oh, you're welcome, Tim. Nope, no problem. I used that folding. Whoops. What did I do here? I got rid of my code view. That's never happened before. Meant to close that. I've used that fold view for code a lot, and then I just noticed that it shows up into do as well. I just showed it just pops up there, so I'm like, oh, it works everywhere. I click the expand button. I see what I did. I don't think I've ever done that before. Okay, I'm going to save all those beautiful notes for when we look at databases. But I was still debugging this, right? Or did I find out what it was? Let's debug it again. I don't remember what it was. Oh, it was that. Right, and I hadn't... Okay, so maybe this passes now? No. Back to here, run it again. What's the error? Oh, yeah, so we still haven't fixed it. Debug again. Yeah, it should have gone into here. And there is a client connected. The player ID should match. Oh, it doesn't. Why doesn't it match? Oh, because I didn't do the login correctly. Yeah, I need to do a correct login. I don't want to do that. I want to do the login helper. Player, test user ID. Rather than type this, let me just find it. Yeah, this stuff. That does that player's login for me. With all this other stuff that's required. That's this finished login. It does the player's login correctly. Alright. It's all part of the mocking and the setting up of the framework that I wasn't doing correctly. Okay, that passes, but it's not. It's actually doing the wrong thing. It will also append the logout, which we don't want. In fact, I'm going to make sure it doesn't by making sure the a logout command is not done down here. Expect disconnected, but no logout. I don't need that technically. I can just say expect false that it's logout. Sure. And then I need that variable, which I have up there, which is cool. Technically, I don't need both of these variables. There. Discord uses Cassandra? Does it? Cassandra being what? Oh, is this something that does the folding? Oh, it's a database. Huh. Alright. Add that to the list. I've never heard of it. That's because that's an SQL like query language. Okay. Yeah, so many databases. This is why I wanted to just, instead of just going with MySQL, even though I'm comfortable with it, maybe just look at the different options and see if there's a better one, especially in the context of a Raft cluster. Like if someone else is running a service out there that uses Raft and they have a database, I would like to know what database they're using. Because it's probably something I should think about. Okay, this built, right? Run and it's going to fail because we actually get a log out. So to prevent a log out, I need to modify this logic slightly. This should not be called from here. We only want to do it if it's not a handoff, basically. So, is it hot? You're dying there? 75 degrees Fahrenheit inside. I don't know, is it hot today? I haven't been outside today. We live in Southern California, but we have an ocean breeze, so we get slightly cooler temperatures than the rest of Southern California. Kind of lucky that way. Right, so what about this? We don't want to do an ECS on layer player logged in, do we? No, I think we just want to exit early. Raft is typically used in databases only to elect a leader and propagate configuration. Actual data replication does not use Raft. Huh. But it's the other way around, Phil, Void Count Phil. It's where I'm using Raft for my game service, and the game service needs to use a database. So would each server need its own database, or would the cluster share a single database instance? That's what I'm not sure about. And then would that influence the choice I make for a database? And hello, by the way. Forgot to say hi. It's been the 90s. Well, that's because you live in Florida, right? Yeah, you're probably used to it. Okay, I think what I need to just do is, it needs to be an early return, right? Where did I decide to clear the... I'm not even in the right place. I'm on set password executed. That makes more sense. I need to be in login executed. Here we go. Hey there, Mattia. Hi there again. Coordinator thing seems very clear. Is that the kind of architecture like event sourcing? I don't know what you mean by event sourcing, but the executor basically goes between the WebSockets that talk to the players and the Raft journal, which is used to serialize changes to the game, which the executor takes and uses to modify the game state. So I think I need to break it up eventually because it's becoming a god class in a sense. It's a lot of things pass through it. There are a lot of inputs in and out. But yeah, right now its primary function is to translate between messages on a WebSocket and commands that change the state of the game. Versus the executor, which it doesn't see the WebSockets at all, and all it does is just pull things out of the journal and use them as instructions on what to change. How do the followers load the data now? Hold on, what are we asking? Oh, right now the followers each have a copy of the game. So in a sense, it is a separate databases. Each server has a separate copy. And so a separate snapshot file, separate journal, and everything. So I guess the natural migration would be to move to a architecture where each one has its own like MySQL database or whatever. And it would be a bit different if they had to share a database. So yeah, so I'm leaning, without knowing anything more, I'm leaning towards if I move it from a JSON file to a database, it would be each server has its own database. Because that fits more of what I'm doing right now. And the concept of Raft, where you have to install a snapshot sounds to me a lot like a database snapshot, which implies that each Raft member would have its own database. I guess the database is shared, and the others would check the server managed to save the data. If I move to a shared database system, I would not need Raft for very much more, right? It would just be like VoidComp Phil said before. It would just be to choose a leader, and then the leader would be the only one allowed to modify the database, I think. All right. I'm a bit lost here. At some point we had... Let me just search for handoff OTP. At some point we cleared it. Where did that happen? That's where we set it, right? Where did it get cleared? Oh, it got cleared here and on all log out. We need to clear it on login. Did I have a test for that? Yeah, I just haven't done it yet. Okay, we're just doing the disconnect. Okay, that makes sense. I haven't made any changes yet. All right, I'm getting back on track. Right, we need to go to on login executed. Right, okay. We do want to announce it because the server will have changed. That's if the executor had some diagnostic messages to send. I think it's here we want to stop it and return early. Yeah, I think it's right here. If command method is commands login method handoff, then return. I think that's all we need for now, right? Oh, wait a minute. I still need to do the disconnect, because that's going to break the test in a different way now. Good luck on the move? Are you trying to move with any luck before the worst of the summer? Oh yeah, good luck, Tim. Although I would imagine that you'd be kind of used to it by now. Don't you get used to the climate after a while? And then you like move somewhere else and you'll be feeling cold all the time because now you're used to it being warm. Yeah, so it fixed one part of the test and broke the other part. So we still need to disconnect the player. I guess that's what we do here, right? Yeah, it'll be if the server is different. So if command server ID is not equal to impl instance ID, then we have to disconnect. That's part of what this does here. I think I just need this part. No, I need this part too, don't I? Ooh. I need to have a version of Hangup which doesn't do a logout, I think. Yeah, this addresses info is local. Alright, so yeah, I need a special version of Hangup client. How many times do we call Hangup client? 53 times. I could have a third argument which is a default. Yeah, why don't we do that? Okay, so we'll have a default third argument. Bool issue logout equals true. Since you got Raft at a pretty high level, you should be fine with just a SQL database for each Raft node. But you want to shard your infrastructure as much as possible so that a single Raft cluster handles as little as possible. Yeah, I think in the end, VoidComp, each cluster will be for one shard. I guess shard is a good word for it. One shard of the game universe. So that could be one game world. Right now it's the whole game universe, but I could then make it just one game world and have multiple clusters, one for each world. Or if the world gets too busy, it could be one part of the world, right? And yeah, so each one would have a cluster, and each member would have a database. So maybe SQLite would be the way to go, like you're saying, because there would be only one client. Yeah. Okay. Let's add that to the to-do. So it sounds like SQLite. Is it capitalized? I don't know. Or is it just SQLite? Sounds like the leading candidate. Right? Sounds like it. SQLite. Okay. I'm going to add an issue logout parameter here. How am I doing on time? 3.5 hours? I think I'm on the way of doing this without running out of time. If I can keep my strength up. Can the ECS state be rebuilt from the ground up just by reading the journal? The journal plus the snapshot. Yeah. The journal is compacted into a snapshot periodically. Otherwise, the journal becomes a bottleneck when you start the server because it has to replay the entire game from the start, right? To read about it, you got to look at Raft. So they talk about the journal and they talk about compacting it down to snapshots, and I'm trying to follow that as much as possible. So if you look at the Raft white paper or the Raft documentation, when they talk about the journal, for my game, ECS state changes are journal entries, and the snapshot consists of the current state of the entity component system. So that's how you can map the terms. Journal entry to me is the ECS state change. Snapshot is the current ECS state. And ECS stands for Entity Component System, if anybody didn't know that. All right. That Entity Component System is how we break apart the different aspects of things in the game, like players, enemies, items, quests. Yeah, no problem. No problem. How do you say your name again? Mattia Manzati. How about Mattia? Hope I'm saying that right. Okay, so the if this is set, I'll log out. Let's use backticks. A log out command is actually it's not necessarily a log out command. Well, a logout command is eventually appended to the game journal to mark that the player is logged out. To forget the 4 modifications paper. Oh, yeah, the snapshot stuff, it might not be in the main paper. Issue logout. Okay, messaging. There's an unsaved change here? Where? Oh, yeah. I'll come back to this. Messaging. I don't think I need to modify that one. I only need to modify this one. Hold on a second. The kid left the door open. All right. And then they just slammed it. No problem. I just don't want the cat to get out. All right. Bool, issue logout. It looks like I have to just pass it along. So I need it in both places. I suppose we'll default it in both places?
All right. Wrong place. Wrong place here. Okay, so that controls this one right here. If issue log out, then do that. Okay, and then back to where I had placed a bookmark. Right here. We want to do the hang up just for that client. So we need to find it, actually. Or do I? Maybe I don't. Oh, yeah, I guess we do want to search to find it. So, actually, I wonder why I did it this way when I ended up having a version of it that returned an iterator. It's almost like I didn't need to do that. So we do need to loop through and see if it is our player. So here's where I would do it. Just do that. Client's entry, right? And then the reason we don't, well, let's just say, because it might be logged. False. Let me just finish this logic here. And then you have to have a break because we don't want to. There we go. That should be it. I need the return and I'm done. Sticky leader pre-vote mechanism cluster. I don't even know what that sticky leader pre-vote mechanism means. Is that something I should look into? I don't think I've ever. I don't think I ever saw that. This is client handed off to server. I guess we know the server number, right? So why don't we print it? String extensions printf, and that would be command server ID. Now, what's the problem here? Oh, that should be dot first. No, hold on. It should accept this overload, right? Oh, if it's an iterator. Yeah. If it's not, then I need the WebSocket. So that would be dot first. There we go. Ooh, modifications to the RAF consensus algorithm by someone else, not Diego. I'll have to read this later. Did Diego sign off on this? Or, yeah, Diego Angaro, did he sign off on it? This Angaro is Diego Angaro, the guy who made the raft, the original. This is his thesis, the raft thesis, I think. How come I can't select just that? There we go. That's the original raft paper, his PhD thesis. Yeah, I remember there was an extended version of it. I don't remember reading this one, though. Oh, that was just a Usenix post? Huh. Interesting. Okay, yeah, let me file this for later. Where would I put this? Under raft? Oh, it should just go under needs research, right? Check out these raft modifications. Remove my name from there. There we go. Raft mailing list. I should get on the raft mailing list, seeing as how I use it now. All right. So that built, right? Don't know yet. I'm getting tired, which makes sense because we're in the last hour. We're in the 4th hour. Handoff. Run. Pass. Nice. Okay, so then I just need to also test that the OTP is cleared, so... I wonder if I should just test both of them. No, wait, yeah, I should. I should just, let's just, actually I can abbreviate this too. So this is, what's the previous test called? Login with handoff incorrect OTP. So this is handoff executed. And maybe I'll document it in here. We expect 2 things to happen. One is the original connection should be dropped. Now that the client has been handed off to another server. And then 2 is the handoff OTP should be cleared. And then make sure the server does not queue a log out command. Alright, so I'm just going to combine these 2 together. So we see that it's cleared in another test, don't I? It's when this is empty. Where did I do that? Right here. When did this happen? Yeah, if they log out. Okay, so then we just put that here. I need to make sure that's available. It is. Okay, cool. Found this line in an early C project of yours. Typed F unsigned double Q word. 1 quad word, 64-bit. Assume double would be like long integer. Well, technically you're not wrong. It just depends on how you end up using that Q word, right? Oh, wait a minute. You said unsigned double. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a confusion of syntax there. Don't know if he signed off on it. However, there's a lot of discussion on the ref mailing list. People implement it for serious uses. 4 mods paper is quoted as a bare minimum to make it production ready. I wonder how many of the mods I've actually done myself. Because I had to do slight modifications myself because just some things just didn't work right off the bat. I forgot exactly what those were. It had to do with snapshots, though. There was a problem in, like, oh, I think it was... I had to modify it because snapshots can take a long time to install, so I modified the algorithm a little bit where the server receiving a snapshot does not run the election timer. Because what was happening is, if I have the election timer short, like 1 second, then if you're receiving a snapshot and it takes longer than a second to receive the snapshot, well, election timeout, right? So I suspend the election timeout for receivers of snapshots so that the snapshot is allowed to take longer to transmit and receive. Which makes sense that it makes sense to me that the paper wouldn't go into that, because academic papers don't really care about, like, things that exist only in the real world, like how long it takes to receive a snapshot. In the academic world, receiving a snapshot is an event. There is no time period, and so it doesn't get included in the timeouts. But in the real world, yeah, it took too long to receive a snapshot, so I had to suspend the election timer.
So I'm wondering if suspending the election timer during snapshot installation is maybe one of those 4 mods. If not, maybe there needs to be a 5th mod. Even more mods than the paper? So that's the minimum. Huh. Yeah. Well, Nui, no, don't feel so bad. The even in production code I've seen in like my last job, people still to this day do not like to use standard C99 types, and they'll have like sprinkled throughout all their code. They'll have type def. Long is int 64, and it's like, well, shouldn't you just use standard int, which includes for you that you int 64 is the equivalent of long for 64-bit machines. Long is generally 64-bit, where long is generally 32-bit, but I have to use the word generally because I don't think the specification is exact, which is why standard int.h exists in the first place, in order to make sure that it's a certain number of bits. Hey, happy Friday, playing poker badly. Not an 80-bit long? I don't think there is a standard 80-bit long type. I could be wrong. Dev docs c uint or int 80? No. Okay, I'm surprised int 60 uint 80? Maybe I need to look up standard int. Maybe it won't show up in C. Standard int. How come it's not showing up for C, but it shows up for C++? Do I have to, like, load C99 or something? No. That's strange. Wouldn't there be a... Okay, here we go. I found it under fixed width integer types. Weird that the index didn't include this. Yeah, so it's 8, 16, 32, and 64. They don't go up to 80-bit. So, it might explain somewhere in here that a 64 is a long, but I'm not sure. I don't see it. But generally, yeah, int is either, like, these days it's either 32 or 64. A long is generally 32 always, and a long is 64. But I try not to use those types anymore. I try to stick to, if I care about the number of bits, I'll use these types. Right, and then the unsigned equivalents. Just historically, we didn't have those. We used int, long, and long. And then there's double, there's float, double, and long double. Good night, Voight Confil. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you again for all the information about Raft for me to look into. Okay, I built... Yeah, my development slowed down because of all the chat, which is okay. Okay, I'm surprised it actually passed. Oh, because I didn't fill it to begin with. We need to fill it. Handoff OTP is POG. This part's going to fail because I never wrote this. There we go. Got a proper failure. Because, yeah, if we're handing off, then even before we look to see if we need to hang someone up, we need to clear the player server context for that player, right? So, do I have a reference to that? Player server. I have it down here. This is on logout executed, so we're going back to on login executed, and we're putting it right here. And then we're saying player server context dot handoff OTP dot clear. Done. I think we're good. You think so? Do we need to record anything about the client, like this unsuccessful client login, do anything else? Oh, we need to do this stuff. Shoot. I forgot about that. We need to record that our client is that player. And then we need to give them a success message. I don't think we need... So I need to do a subset of this stuff. Do I make it a function or do I just copy paste what I need? Like, yeah, we need to do that too. Oh, shoot. I guess I could parameterize this again. What's token? Oh, persistent login token. They shouldn't need to be told that. So that can be clear. Oh, but it's always sent. Dang it. I guess we'll have to retrieve it. That's always in the command right now. Shoot, what do I do? I guess we just wouldn't send it if it didn't change. Okay. Wouldn't 64-bit be a processor limitation? No, I mean, even when we had 32-bit processors, you could have 64-bit types if you did long. It would just possibly not be a single instruction anymore. It'd have to be either you going through a 64-bit emulation library, or sometimes compilers would just emit, like, you'd have a pair of variables instead of a single one for a 64-bit. Yeah, like what Nui just said. You emulate them. Yeah, compiler helps. Yep. And that's what you had to do when you back in the days with 16-bit. On MS-DOS, it was 16-bit. So if you wanted numbers bigger than 65,000, you had to have some 32-bit or larger support using either libraries or compound assembly that's constructed by the compiler. Back in my day, you had to have complex types because you couldn't store more than 8 bits or 16 bits at a time. And so you had to use those libraries, and we liked using those libraries. Okay. So I think I need another test case, don't I? This is handoff executed old server. Actually, I should have 3 cases. Handoff executed old server, handoff executed new server, and handoff executed uninvolved server, new server. So that means they're not logged in at all. Actually, they would be logged in. They would be connected, but not, right, they'd be connected, but they haven't been logged in, but this would cause them to be logged in. Right, and they would have an OTP, yes, and then the command would be that they get logged in to this server. And we need to use the same client ID. Client ID. Right, they get logged in. We expect 2 things. The player is logged into the client. Handoff is cleared. So this should stay at 1. Should not get a log out. Handoff will be empty. How do we know that they're logged in? I guess we would get the connection, right? So this would be const auto connections or clients. And this should be in clients.size. Hey there, Prof Elements. How are you doing today? I'm proud of myself. I've been all caught up in the highs today. Okay, so what do we get from a client connection? We get a client record. Right, so this is important. The client record needs to have recorded the player ID. That's the most important thing. Also, the player there should be a third thing. 3 things to happen. The third thing, the client should receive a successful login status. Doing well? I'm glad you're doing well. Just doing soft handoff today from one server to another of a client playing the game when the server is taken offline. There's a lot of moving parts. Okay, so then expect equal a test user ID for clients 0. That is a vector, right? It's a map. Okay. So I guess I would do begin. So const auto client equals clients.begin second. So expect that for player ID, right? And then this is the handoff, and then the successful login status messages. Yeah, I need some of this stuff. So the wait for messages ought to be here. And it's not handoff found, it's login status found. Login status, right? Now I'm going off on a limb, not knowing if this is actually what we get. It's buried in here. Yeah, it is login status. Okay, so we should be getting a username, and that's it, right? We're not going to retransmit the login token. It's just going to be the username. So that's Alex, I think. Username. I think so. Whatever the setup. Yeah, Alex. All right, fine. This is a lot of work. So this test is going to fail because I haven't written the code for it yet. So make sure it fails the correct way. Right, so the player is not logged into that client. They didn't get a login status, but everything else was fine. The OTP got cleared. They did not get logged out. I like these new red bars that tell me what failed now. I'm surprised you haven't started streaming yet again, Tin. Don't you stream about now? Maybe soon? Tim Bodette, you should watch his stream, by the way. He's been checking out Unity recently. He also has his own game engine written in C++ called Turtle Brains. He makes racing games. He also demonstrates how to organize and run an indie game shop. So he shows everything from like the accounting, the time management, the marketing side. He'll go through making vlog entries. It's almost like a indie dev variety stream. Wouldn't you say, Tim? All aspects of independent game development, not just coding, but also all the other stuff. Okay. Let's log them in. It's back on login executed, and it's in the handoff thing. So it's the positive case where it is us and not some other server. If it is us, don't I still need to find them? Yeah, either way, so I should just move this out. And then if we find them, then if we're the correct server, we log them in. Otherwise, we hang up on them because they've been handed off. Yeah. So I need to do a limited form of unsuccessful client login, right? Oh, I also need to fill this stuff in. I forgot about that. We need to know their identity. How are we going to know that? I guess we need to include it in the command. How would we know that? It would have to be included in the handoff, wouldn't it? Wait a minute, no, we shouldn't need that. It should be whatever is already on record. Yeah. So that should already be filled in. I shouldn't need to do that. Oh wait a minute, no. For the new server, we can get it from the player record. That's what I'll do. And we'll just I guess we're assuming that they must have consented because they were already logged in. Definitely has more than just programming. Yeah, and I think Tim's stream is one of the only ones I know of where you get to see all aspects of it. You get to know what you're getting into if you want to make your own games. So yeah, I want that here, but I guess we're going to get access to the client this way. Auto client is client.second. Wait a minute, that's not right. Client's entry second. And then I can say client.playerID. That's actually not true at all, is it? Not for the same server. That's only for the old. Okay, so I do need to. I can't inverse this, can I? This has to be outside, and I have to repeat that loop on the inside. Yeah. So that's else. And then I need to repeat this loop here. Okay, and then if it is our server, then the condition is different. It's not if the player ID is the same, it's if client ID is the same. Client's entry dot first. I guess I can recover that out here. Const auto, or yeah, client ID is the first entry. That should be an int. No, it's a WebSocket. Okay, never mind. Where's the ID stored? Where do we store the client ID? ID. There we go. Found it. Is the command client ID. Not that. Okay, so then that goes there. Right. Okay. See if I got this right. If we find the player, if we're not the server, this is if we are the server that they're handing off to. If we're not the server that they're handing off to, we look through our clients and we see if that player was logged into us, we hang them up saying that they got handed off. That looks good. If we are the server that they're handing off to, we look at all our clients and we see if we find the client that is just logged in, then we're going to need to store some information. This should be true always. This stuff we can retrieve from the player entry, right? So I can look that up. Players get, yeah, this stuff. Yep. Okay, where do I put that? Right here. The Twitch ID is player.Twitch ID. So it's just player dot instead of command arrow. I should probably include that in the test, right? So in the test where we're logging in, let's set up some Twitch information about the player. So that's players set Twitch ID for test user ID. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Players set Twitch info for test user ID. Login, Alex 1, 2, 3, and then okay, login is always lowercase, right? Alex 1, 2, 3. There, just simulating something. So then we need to verify these in where? In the client entry, right down here. Right here. Expect equal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for client.twitch ID. Login and name. Alex 1, 2, 3. If you guys hear wind chimes, that's because the window's open and we have wind chimes inside the house. And our house is kind of weird that way. Hey there, playing with scissors. That poor man's power mode. How are you doing, playing with scissors? Test integration of VS Code was flickering while I was typing. Huh, I didn't notice that. Huh, I don't even know exactly what was flickering. Anyway, this is new, by the way, the highlighting in red. So new things tend to, break like that. That's okay. Doesn't take 3 arguments. Why not? Oh, these are the wrong arguments? Oh, right. It's not client second. It's, yeah, we can get the information out here, right? Why doesn't it need client first? The WebSocket. Const auto WebSocket is client's entry dot first. WebSocket second, client first. And there's no login token. Oh, right. I needed to modify this to not do anything with the token. I forgot about that. Window chimes, yeah. Wind chimes. You know what wind chimes are? That we have a set of that in the house. And so when the window's open and the breeze comes in, the wind chimes go off. Query line at the top of the method. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I need to not do that. Right? Maybe this is actually okay. Yeah, actually we do want to... That'll be a no-op, but that's fine. We can do that. Yes. Yeah, that's all good. It's going to send the player a copy of everything, which they don't really need, but that's okay. It's just this token that I'm worried about, because it's sent back here. I think I just want to make that optional. Where do we do this on successful login? What if the login token is blank? Would that clear it off the client? Do I care? I don't think I care. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. How are you doing? Did not expect to see mats in the wind chimes Wikipedia art. I think that's because they're designed to be a specific size to make the tones the right frequencies. I'm glad you're doing well. I want to make this optional. This is a random string generated to be used to place a password next time they log in. Okay. If this is an empty string, no token is given back to the client. All right, so that I can remove it from this place where I don't actually have one, right here. Right there. And then inside the implementation, I don't want to include the token if it's empty. So I'm just going to end the message there and then say if not token empty, then message token equals token. There we go. So theoretically, a wind chime with the correct dimensions to produce the brown note. I don't know. Is the brown note one frequency? If it's multiple frequencies, you might need multiple chimes. If it's a single frequency, pure sine wave, then yeah, totally. Yeah, it's past 4 hours, isn't it? I think I'm almost done, though. With the back-end work, I don't have the front-end work. The front-end work will be that the player has to manage a second the front-end has to manage a second server connection and know which one to use. It should establish the second one, and once it gets it, it should drop the first one and use the second one for all subsequent messages, is what it should do. I don't think I'll have time yet to do the front-end work. Okay, that actually worked. That's sweet. Let's run them all. Ooh, it's passing everything. Maybe I should work on the front end now. Nope, we broke something in Auth Player. Excuse me, I yawned. What did I break in Auth Player? Captcha success. What happened here? They logged in login status. Oh, there's no token. Right, I just broke that. Yeah. It was silly for it to be included anyway, right? We never actually said it. So... why am I even looking at it then? Yeah, let's just remove this. It doesn't need to be here. Go to that test, please. There. It took it a while. Cannot read property. Probably because it's still running it. Probably the same thing here, right? Yeah, this thing. We don't need that. Unnecessary. This one too? No token requested. Right, persist false. Should get no token. So why is that even there? Oh, just assume, yeah. So then this should be just empty. Or not present. Oh, I broke something in profile. What did I break there? Oh, successful login, what? After creating a new account. Okay. Yeah, this will have no token in it, right? Because I didn't set one. Yeah, this record... right, we didn't say persist login, so it won't be there. Well, sweet. Everything else passed. Couldn't open it for writing. Why not? Try again, I guess. Why can't it open it for writing? Oh, it's still running tests. I guess we'll tell it to stop. Okay. It looked like it ran everything, but I guess not, because some of them were still grayed out. Weird. Alright, well anyway, we're starting over again. I'm going to be optimistic and say that this is done, so let me make a commit for it. So, basically... finish, hopefully, back-end client handoff mechanism. So, add set client OTPs command to initiate a client handoff. That was that. Okay, so add new login method handoff, which indicates that the client has switched servers. What does handoff mean exactly? It means that when a client is connected to server 10 and server 10 is about to be taken offline, that we have to hand off that client to another server. So we tell the client, hey, please connect to a different server. While it's still connected to 10, it goes and sets up a second connection to 11 or 12. And it uses a one-time password that 10 gives it. And then 11 or 12 says, okay, the one-time password matches. So talk to us now, and then drop your connection to 10. So the client will then disconnect from 10 and then be talking to 11 or 12. Same login, it's just been moved from one server to another. All we really need to do is use a one-time password to make sure that you don't have someone hack in there. The one-time password sent over the secure connection, so it's not like there could be a man in the middle. Yeah, and hopefully it's doesn't cause any lag and doesn't cause any noticeable change in the front-end client, because the front-end client you can't even really see. You'd have to look at your F12 screen and look at your network. Right, if I do that and I see that there is a web socket right there, it's kind of hard to see with the Firefox, I think. How do I shorten it so I can see it? There was actually more than one WebSocket, because why? Why are there 3 of them? One of them is to the React DevTools, so we don't count that one. Why are there 2 of them, though? That's weird. Did this one fail or something? This one upgraded, but there are no messages. That's weird. Yeah, why are there 2 WebSocket connections? Anyway, what you should see when it hands off is you should see the new WebSocket connection open up and the old one disconnect, and then all traffic goes to the new one. Close the terminal, bottommost tab. Console. Close the bottommost console. Oh, this thing? Yeah. Why are we seeing 2 WebSocket connections, though? That's weird to me. It's like it connected to one server and then immediately connected to a different one. I wonder if that's a bug in the front end. Are we seeing 2 back-end connections when I refresh? Oh yeah, look at that. Right here. It connected and then immediately logged out. That's a front-end bug. Look at that. Well, I should add that to my list. I wouldn't have seen that unless I looked at the WebSocket list. So there's a bug in the front end. Front end game interaction. Actually, I don't like how I've broken this up into sections. Really, there should maybe just be one section for front end. Fix bug where front end briefly connects to one game server, only to immediately disconnect and connect to a different server. Shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, when I fix that bug, you'll only see 2 WebSockets if you have the React tools installed, or just one if it's in production until you hand off, and then it should open a second one, start talking to that, and close the first one. And that's the only way you'd notice. Otherwise, like, you'd still, when you interact with the game, it'll be sending the command to the currently active connection, which would be the old one, and then the moment that it logs in successfully to the new one, it'll start sending everything to the new server and disconnect the old one. You really hate timestamps in the to-do? Should try disabling them. Well, I like the timestamps. You hate them? You know how to turn them off, right? In your settings JSON, you just turn it off there. I like them on, though. I think they're off by default. You don't think I should have them? Then I won't know, like, how old something is. And I won't be able to laugh at myself about how long it took me to get to something. And I wouldn't be able to say, well, Playing with Scissors told me about this 7 months ago. I'd only be able to say, well, he told me about it a while ago. I don't remember. So I think you secretly want the timestamps in my to-do, so that when you tell me to do something and I don't do it for 6 months, then you can say, hey, check your to-dos, tell me what the timestamp is, and I'll have to, like, hang my head and say, yeah, you told me 7 months ago to do it. Okay, we're passing all the tests in the back end. I don't think I'm going to have enough time today to do the front end work. So I guess I'll either work on that over the weekend or it'll be on Monday. Usually finish your to-dos within the workday. Yeah, I think I'm taking an Adam approach where my to-dos will basically be everything that I haven't done yet. And I haven't even brought in all the things from GitHub and elsewhere, but I already have 176 pending out of 213. And you can't see it because my camera is covering it. But let me turn off my camera really quick. And you'll see down here it says, we have 37 out of 213 done. So it's just going to grow just like Adam's list grows. Did you try any sanitizers? Recommend multiple times? No, not yet. Yeah, and I can find out when you actually asked me about it to try it. Sanitizer. May from last year, almost a year ago. And wasn't there another time you asked about it? Maybe it's spelled differently. Maybe leak, memory leak from this notebook. Clang. Yeah, clang. Actually, I don't know what the context of is. There's a library that can live compile. Okay, that's what it's about. So that's not it. Mscriptum uses LVVM plus clang. That's something different. Memory sanitizer. So yeah, later that month in May. Yeah. And then in January. No. So at least twice. Beginning and end of May of last year. See ya, Playing with Scissors. I'm about to end anyway, too. I'm just kind of wrapping things up. I should say that in the current task. That's done. So now we're kind of winding down the stream. All right. So what I'm going to work on next time is the front-end work here to where... Actually, what happens now... Let's see what happens if I look at the messages. I should be receiving the message to hand off, but it'll actually ignore it. Messages. So let me see the message. So if I were to go private there, the last thing it should have received was... oh, what's this? Oh, it was in the middle of sending something and it got closed. It should have received a message to tell it to hand off. Did I not do that? Huh. Wait a second. Oh, I didn't build it. That would explain it. I didn't build any of the stuff I worked on today for the release build. Okay. It just disconnected me a hard handoff. It should have sent me a message telling me to hand off, and then it would be waiting for me to switch, basically. So I just want to test that before I head out. Oh, I can do the git commit while we're building. Yes. That's good. That's the new command. There's okay, so during handoff actually that's implied by the set client OTPs, right? Yeah, I don't need to say this. I don't need to mention that. Okay, that's already covered. Okay, that is a little slightly different feature. So remove token property from login status when no token is actually provided. Okay, and then right, disconnect client from old server once they log into a new server using the handoff OTP. And then right, that the server they're logging into, it's covered by that, so I don't need to mention logging into the new server. Yeah, right. Clear handoff OTP from all servers after it's used. Done with that. Okay. Okay, well, I should mention this message coordinator. Let's just copy the whole string. Make the issuing of the log out command optional. Right, and then what else? Yes, that's covered by that. Okay. Right. Close public port now generates the set client ops command, OTPs command, which we have to execute, which we don't need to do anything in the executor. It's just a record for the other servers. Okay, that's just the login handoff method testing. That's where the token's been removed. That's modifying the behavior of close public port. I should probably say that close public port now generates command rather than disconnecting all clients. Yeah. Now generates, yeah, exactly, for all, including OTPs for all connected clients. Yeah, that's exactly what it does. Cool. Should I put that in at the same time? I guess so. Why not? Hopefully finish. All right, so it's built now, right? Yes. Good timing. So tear the servers down, update RVS and serve. Okay, now I'm going to try the handoff procedure. Alright, so let me actually put the player in the same zone. I don't know why. Oh, I was wandering around showing the game off, wasn't I? Put them over here where it's quieter. So let me view the network connections. So I'm going to have to reload. And there's that bug again where it does 2 connections instead of 1, but I'm going to ignore that for now. I'm just looking at the messages. So when I tell it to go private, it receives an OTP and is told to hand off. So what the yeah. So now the public port should be closed. If I were to reload this, I wouldn't be able to get to server 12 anymore. And then if this were to log in with a handoff with the OTP, it would be able to switch servers without logging out. But right now the front end doesn't support it. So if I reload, it will connect, but I won't be able to connect to server 12 right now. So right now it's probably trying to get to 12 and it can't because 12's port is closed. And I got back to 10. Yeah, see where it timed out, right? It should be a... How do you see if it's timed out or not? Firefox doesn't show you that? It doesn't show any status. Shouldn't it say like a timeout? I'm not familiar with how Firefox works here. I'm guessing that this is the timeout, right? There's no other message about it other than that it tried to connect to it and then it gave up and tried to connect here instead. All right, so then, yeah, if I reload, I won't be able to connect to server 12, but if I say public, it will come back online. Okay, so yeah, so that's the last piece. I'll probably do it on Monday, where the client, when it gets that handoff message, That was oh, I already refreshed it, so I can't show it anymore. I can just do it again. Go private. It gets this handoff message, right? Where is it? How come I don't see it now? Is this... I need to reload this. Weird. Let me try this again. Let's start over again. Oh, because I shut down the wrong server. Yeah, I need to shut down the server he's actually connected to. All right. So then if I tell him to go private... why did it still not work? Is it broken? Maybe it's broken. It's not getting received that message anymore. Oh, it's still going to 12? Why is it going to 12? Hold on. It's going to the wrong server and telling the wrong server to go offline. Okay, 11 this time. I think it's a problem with my buttons here. It's always going to 12. Well, shoot. Anyway, I have some bugs to fix. I can't demonstrate it reliably, but if a server goes offline, before a server is going to go offline, it sends a message to the client side. The front end has to take that message and then use it to pick a different server and connect to it using that one-time password, which will drop the first connection, and then it'll be successfully migrated. And we'll see it here. And I also need to upgrade. I have to fix the bug here where the buttons here don't work correctly. And when we get to 0, it should actually... we need to actually have it show that it actually is private. So I need to figure out how to know that. I guess we could tell internally, can keep our own internal state, and we would show it in a different color, maybe, that it's gone private. Because right now what I have to do is, when I tell it to go private, I have to actually reload to see that it's red now. And I might have to try more than once because of another bug. So it's gone red, right? In order to get the public button to show up to switch it back on. So anyway, I'll do this work on Monday. I'm done for now. Let's go find someone to raid. Sorry, I was kind of rambling there. Let's see who's streaming that I can switch to. We can go watch for a while. How about the Alt F4 stream? Working on open source in cloud in Go. Sounds fun for me. Alt F4 stream is an awesome streamer. There are actually 2, sometimes 3 different streamers on that channel. Right now it's Black Glasses, and he's working on Symfony. It's an open source cloud written in Go. Let's go say hi to Alt F4 stream, shall we? And I will be back on Monday, by the way. I should have said this. My schedule... I think I'm going to actually switch this up. Let's just do it live. I think I'm going to switch to being off on Wednesdays, starting next week. That would allow me to be very consistent about the schedule going forward. That it gives me 2 streams and then a break, 2 streams and then a break, and then the same start time, which I think is really important. So I'll be back on Monday at 9:15, and expect me to be gone on Wednesday. Otherwise, I'll be here all next week. So let me just hit the raid channel. The Alt F4 stream. You guys are going to love it. He's an awesome streamer. So, starting the raid up. I'm going to go eat, and later I'll be in Ski Dog stream playing Portal 2 co-op, I hope. So, if I don't see you in Ski Dog stream or somewhere else, or on the Alt F4 stream, and hey, hello and goodbye to Lewis and Kalak. I will see you guys on Monday. I hope you have a great weekend. And thank you, Tim. You have a great weekend, and I'll see you on Monday. See you, Mr. Halsey, and thank you for all the follows and the resubs and just for being here. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Bye. Good night, Nui.